Hello everyone. Okay, today we are going to make a quiz app in Flask framework using Python. So let's begin. Let's create a new folder on the desktop. Let's say quiz underscore app. So this is going to be the main folder of the application. So let's open this and let me show you that particular folder over here. Okay, so this is the location where we are creating our particular app. So now what we are going to do is you have to open your command prompt and navigate to this particular folder. So let me just make this come like this and then type cd space and give that path location like this. Okay, the first of all, what you are going to do is you are going to create a virtual environment, and to create a virtual environment you need a software called as virtual env. So I'm going to say pip install virtual env. So this is a software which is used to create virtual environments. So it is already installed in my system, so it is saying requirements are satisfied. Now using this software, okay, I'm going to create a virtual environment called as quiz, and as soon as I hit enter, okay, you'll be seeing one folder getting created over here that is called as quiz, and it is going to download all the necessary virtual environment in my computer. So now if I open this folder, you will see a scripts folder, and then inside that one you will see activate.batch file. BAT is the extension of that particular file. Okay, now we are going to use this particular file to activate our virtual environment, which we have named it as quiz. So let me just come to the command prompt and type quiz. Quiz is the virtual environment's name which we want to activate, and then put a backward slash and say scripts. Okay, scripts is the folder. So let me go into the folder and see, guys, this is the folder in which we have our activate.bash file. So again put a backward slash and say activate. That's it. Okay, hit enter, and that virtual environment will be activated like this, and to confirm you will be able to see that name on the left side of this particular path of our folder. So now once the virtual environment is activated, now you can say pip install Flask, hit enter, and it is going to download all the dependencies and required files which we want for developing our application. And here we have all those files installed successfully in this project location. Okay, now all you need to do is you just have to open this with any one of your IDEs which you are going to be using to write the Flask application. So I will be using Visual Studio Code for writing the programs. So here it is. Now all you have to do is go to file, click on open folder, and just navigate to that particular folder in which we have created the virtual environment. Put that path over there and say select folder. Okay, I think we have selected the wrong folder. Let me do it once again. Let me click on open folder, hit enter first. So this location will be displayed on the screen like this, and then say select folder. So now you will be inside that particular folder where we have created this quiz virtual environment. Okay, now first let us create the main file of this application, and let me name it as app.py. Okay, this is going to be the main file of the application which will hold all the functions which are required for this particular application. So first I'm going to say from Flask library. Okay, we have to import a class called as Flask, so that's why here F will be capital. Okay, so this is a class name, okay, which we are importing from this particular module or package. Okay, and this Flask constructor, okay, when you give a parenthesis for a class name, it becomes a constructor of the class. Okay, and it will be used to name, so underscore underscore name underscore underscore. So we are going to name our application as app itself, and let me put that name on the left side of the constructor. So this constructor is used to give a name for our application, and which we have named it as app itself. Okay, so this is how you are going to name your application. Okay, and now to run this application you just have to say if this name parameter which we have kept okay, matches like this in double quotes or single quotes, you can say like the main module of this particular program, underscore underscore main. Then only we need to say app dot, there is a run function, and this will run our application like this. And whenever there is an error or something, you can run this application in debug mode just by giving here debug equal to true as a parameter. Okay, now let me correct this spelling over here. So this is the way you're going to create your Flask applications. Okay, now in order to have the first page, okay, our app is going to have a route to go to the first page of the application. Okay, and we are not going to mention any kind of URL for that. Okay, so by default what you have to give is just forward slash. Okay, you can either use the single quotes or double quotes. So now you have to create a function, and let's create a function called as index itself, and this is going to return you the first page of your application. For time being, I'll simply keep it as h1 turn, in single quotes or double quotes you can say it like this, h1, and the closing h1 tag of the HTML I'm going to use it here. And here let me say welcome to Flask application. Okay, this is just a dummy code in order to run the application and see whether everything is working perfectly fine or not. Okay, now to run this application, all you have to do is you have to click on the terminal, click on new terminal, and you will have to say Python. Okay, and you will have to mention the name of the file which we have created, that is app.py. So app.py, hit enter, and if everything is correct, okay, is going to give you an URL like this, which you can either control and click on that, or you can just copy paste it any one of your browsers whichever you are using. Okay, and now my browser has started automatically in 127.0.01 colon 5000. This will be the default URL of the application, okay, which is saying welcome to Flask application. So that is the hard coded text which we have provided over here in our application like this. Okay, so let me just maximize the screen. Okay, and let's go to our Visual Studio Code once again. Okay, now I don't want this hard coded text anymore. Okay, so we'll have an HTML page which displays this string. So in the project folder itself, I'm going to create a folder called as templates. Okay, templates is the folder which will be having all the HTML pages of our application. So right click, I'll click on new file and say home.html. Okay, this will be the default page. So I'm going to use shift and not symbol. When the emit option comes in Visual Studio Code, just hit enter. It is going to write you the entire HTML code for us like this. Okay, now inside this body tag, okay, I'm going to say I have a division. Okay, this will be the main parent of all the divisions which I'm going to create in this application. So let me say it as class is equal to parent. So this is the class name which I'm going to choose, and inside this class name, okay, the first h1 I want to keep, which says welcome to quiz app. Okay, this is going to be the first statement of our application. Okay, now let's go to app.py, and instead of hard coding the text string text like this, okay, we are going to use one function that is called as render underscore template. Okay, this is a function which is available in Flask library, so we'll have to import that here from the top. So we are going to say render underscore template. Okay, now what you are going to say is you're going to use this particular function, and inside this one you are going to mention the HTML file name which you want to open. So either in single quotes or double quotes, you can say index.html. Oh, sorry, I have named it as home.html. Home.html. Now let me save this program and let's go to our website, and as you can see, it is saying welcome to Flask application is there. Okay, that was the previously hard-coded text, and now let me just refresh this, and now this time it is saying welcome to quiz app. That is what we have mentioned here in home.html page. First, let's design our HTML pages. So let me just increase the screen size a little bit, and let me bring this also here. Okay, now inside the templates file only, I'm going to create a separate file called as show links.html. Okay, so this in this HTML file, okay, I'm going to create a navigation bar, and I'm going to put it inside all the HTML pages which I'm going to create. Okay, but first let's save this showlinks.html file, and first let's us come to home.html file. Okay, I want to add some bootstrap coding into this particular application. So what I'll do, I'll just go to getbootstrap.com website, just click on the documents part. Okay, and here they will give you one default code where this is an HTML code, and here they have said like how you can include the bootstrap class name to your HTML pages. Okay, so all you can do is you can just simply copy this entire code itself and just paste it inside your application. Okay, so this is the home.html page. Okay, let me just paste it over here. Okay, and here it simply says h1 right now. Okay, this one what I'll do, I'll just remove it off. Okay, and here I'm going to create a division, okay, which will be the parent of all the elements, and let me just bring it like this. And now let me add a class name to this, class equal to parent, and inside this one we'll be having a division, okay, especially for the header section. So I'll say class equal to header, like this. Inside this one we are going to show the header navigation which we are going to create in showlinks.html file. Okay, so now let me just save this file. Let's come to showlinks.html page. Okay, now let's go to our bootstrap page. Okay, and here all you can do is you just have to say nav or nav bar, something like this. Okay, let me just say nav and hit enter, and it is going to give you some options like, do you want this kind of nav bar which is on the left side of the screen, and then there is some disabled, then there is an horizontal alignment, it comes exactly in the middle. Okay, this looks much better, and you have some vertical options. Okay, and you have some options like this also. Okay, there will be like a link. Okay, and let's choose like this one. Okay, it will be exactly in the center and it will look good also. So all you have to do is you just have to copy this entire code. Let's come to our Visual Studio Code and paste it inside the showlinks.html page. Okay, and this disabled I'm going to remove it off because I want to enable it. Okay, and here instead of saying disabled, okay, you can give any other options like login, logout, all those options. So I'll simply say logout for the last option. Okay, and here instead of saying active, okay, let me simply put it as a quiz, QUIZ, quiz app Flask. Okay, and if anybody clicks on that, okay, they are going to come to the home page. So here we are going to keep the link for the home page. Okay, and here let's say they want to log in, and here let's say they want to register, like this. Okay, so we have just created 4 links over here, and let me add this href part to this last link like this. Okay, and we will be having routes for login, register, and uh, logout as well. Okay, so we have successfully created our navigation bar which we need to show inside home.html and all the other pages which we are going to create. Okay, but how do we show this in HTML pages is like this. So first what you are going to do, you are going to use this syntax. Okay, one curly brace along with the modular symbol. Okay, and inside this one you are going to say I'm going to create a macro, macro called as a show underscore links. Okay, it's like a function. I have just created a function called as show links, and that is my macro which we are going to create. Okay, and you just have to come at the bottom and you have to end this macro. Okay, so you just have to say end macro. Okay, the macro ends here like this. Okay, so this is a macro which we have just created, and this whole thing needs to get shown in home.html page inside this header tag. Okay, now at the top of this page, at the top of a home.html page, all you have to do is you have to import this show links function which we have created inside the show links.html page. So again, the same syntax you have to apply like this, and you have to say from. Okay, here in single quotes or double quotes, you have to mention the file name from where you are importing. So file name is show links.html. Okay, and from this page I need to import some function which is called as show links itself. So I'm going to say import show links. Okay, and here you don't have to mention the parenthesis for the function. And now this show links function from this one. Okay, so here I have mentioned show underscore links. Okay, so I have to write exactly like that itself. Okay, show underscore links. So this has to get shown here in the header tag. So I'll use this Jinja syntax. Okay, 2 times curly braces, and you just have to call that function over here along with parenthesis. Okay, and that's it. Now if I save this and let's go to our website and check it out, and if I refresh this page, you will be able to see we have successfully created a navigation bar, okay, which says quiz app, and it has login, register and logout links. Okay, so this one will come to the home page. If anybody clicks on this name, it will come to the home page. Okay, so we have successfully created this one. Okay, now let's come to our app and let's design our navigation bar. Okay, so first of all, what I'm going to do is the entire navigation UL is there. Okay, this whole thing, let's give a class name that is BG, background color. Okay, let me choose it as dark. Let's save it. Let's check, refresh. Okay, done. Okay, so dark color looks good, and let's make the text color white and all those things. Okay, so individual anchor tags. Okay, individual anchor tags, let me keep a class name like this. Okay, text hyphen light. Let me just save it and check whether it happened correctly or not. Okay, perfect. Okay, now the same class name I'm going to copy and paste it on the other links as well. So let me just copy here and copy and paste it over here as well. So let's save it. Let's go to our website and refresh the page, and you'll be able to see we have successfully created the navigation bar. Okay, and if you want, you can increase a little bit of padding. So let me come up here and say p-3. Okay, padding on all the sides. Let me come to page. Okay, so this looks much better. Now let us design the home page where we are going to show the other contents. Okay, and here this header section will add a little bit of margin at the bottom. Okay, like let's say 2 pixels or something like that. Okay, now let's add another division. Okay, let's add another division. Okay, which will show the main content of the home page whenever they open the web application. So this division, okay, class name, let me keep it as questions answered questions underscore answered. Okay, this section will show all the question asked and all the question answered by that particular person. Okay, and it is also going to show the question which was asked. So totally 3 things we are going to display. So first of all, let's do something like this. First, what you do is we will create a anchor tag. Okay, and we will navigate to that particular question. Okay, who it was asked by and who was answering that question. Okay, and what was the actual question. Okay, so like this, what I'll do is I'll create an h4. Okay, inside this h4 we are going to have that question text. Okay, so like this, I'll just write a question like where do I learn Python. Okay, so this will be the question, okay, which will appear on the screen. Okay, and just below this, okay, I want to have uh, the person who asked this question and the person who answered this question. Okay, so what I'll do, I'll just simply create a paragraph over here and say like asked by, ASKD, asked by. Okay, and here I'll simply say, for time being, I'll just hard code the text saying that it was asked by a student. And then just below that, okay, I'm going to add one more paragraph saying that answered by, answered by. Okay, so this was some teacher. Okay, this was some teacher who answered this particular question. Okay, and in this particular division, uh, let's say before the anchor tag, okay, we just say like an h1 or something, uh, questions answered. Okay, so this will be the heading of that h1 tag, and just after that, let's have one horizontal line like this, and let's save the file, and let's go and check our home page. Okay, so perfect. So we have the home page which says questions answered, total questions answered. So this was the question, it was asked by a student and it was answered by a teacher. Okay, so this is the rough layout of the home page which we are trying to create. Okay, now let's go to our page and let's design this page perfectly so that it looks very nice. So first let's do one thing. Let's come to the parent and uh, let's add some CSS property to this particular file. So let me come here and say let's do from a external CSS file. So what I'll do, you will have to create a file called as a static folder, sorry, folder you have to create, and inside the static folder you have to create your style sheets. So I'll name it as home.css itself. Okay, and this CSS file will be linked to home.html page. Okay, and that link has to be done inside the head tag like this. Okay, using the link tag. Okay, link tag does not have a closing link tag, so we write it like this. Okay, and we are going to give a reference to a style sheet, so we will have to say rel equal to style sheet. Okay, and which is of type equal to text forward slash css like this, and you have to mention where exactly it is. Okay, href equal to like this, we have to mention the path where this file is located. Okay, and that file home.css will be linked to home.html page. So in order to do this, okay, all you have to do is write down one function name over here. Okay, and that you will have to write it inside the Jinja code like this. And first that function name which we are going to be using is called as url underscore for. Okay, so this is the function which we'll be using to link our css files. Okay, but this is not going to work unless in app.py you'll have to import that url underscore for function. Okay, now let's come to home.css, and here inside this url underscore first parameter you are going to pass as a string variable, that is a static folder. Okay, in which we have created our home.html home.css file. Okay, so here the second parameter you are going to say is like this, file name is equal to, now you will have to write that file name. Okay, that is home.css. Okay, so this is how you are going to link your css files to your html pages. Okay, now let's come to the home.css page. Okay, and here we have taken the parent element, okay, by the class name, so we have given it as dot parent. Okay, and let me say background hyphen color. Okay, so let me choose as black color. Okay, but in black color also I want a very light shade, so what I'll do, I'll just go with something like very lightish color of grayish color like this. Okay, now let's save it and let's see what we are going to get. Okay, so as you are saying, we have got a very lightish type of color. Let me just bring it more towards the greased path. Let me just refresh. Okay, I think this should be well and good. Okay, this should be well and good. Okay, now let's come to our home.html page, and here the h1. Okay, here the h1 and this whole division. Okay, first of all, uh, let's add the container class of the Bootstrap, and let's add the border as well. Okay, to the entire container. Okay, so let's come to the page, let's refresh. So as you can see, we have added the border, as well as we have made it we have given the container. So we are getting a left side and right side gap like this. Okay, now let's make the text into white colors. Okay, so let me say here text hyphen light. Let's save it and let's see whether all the text will become white or not. Okay, no, it has just made this one. It has not changed for these things because they are individual anchor tags. Okay, they are individual anchor tags like this. Okay, so here let me add the class name, bootstrap class name, called as text hyphen light. Let me save it. Let's refresh the page, and as you can see, we have got the white color text of these three elements. Okay, now these these links let's have a little bit of margin on all the sides. So margin hyphen 3 I'm going to give. Let's come to the page, refresh. Okay, and as you can see, we have got a little bit of margin on all the sides. Okay, and this horizontal line. Okay, horizontal line also. Maybe we can add some class name to this one also. Text hyphen light. Let's save it, and I guess that should be it. Okay, so everything else looks fine like this. Okay, so we have our question and answer app ready, the front page. Okay, and now let's do one more thing. Let's come to home dot okay, the background, not just the parent. Okay, let's make the entire body, okay, of this particular color. Okay, and now let's refresh the page. Okay, and now, okay, the body page is not getting activated properly because I have put here dot body. It's not dot body, it's just the body of the entire HTML page. Okay, now let me just refresh. Okay, I think this should work really fine now. Okay, so we have our home page, login page, register page, logout page. Okay, and exactly in this manner, okay, in this format. Okay, let me add one more bootstrap class name to our HTML page. Okay, that this particular division, okay, this whole division where we are seeing all the things like this, instead of giving margin for this one, okay, let's put the margin and padding for the entire application itself, means the division. Margin also 3 pixels, and let's say padding also 3 pixels on all the sides. Okay, let's go and check out. Okay, no, this is not going to work because I will have to remove this margin from there. Let's go and refresh the page. Okay, I think this should be well and good. Okay, so this is much better than the previous one. Okay, so we have padding of 3 sides. Okay, container, border, text is light color. Perfect. Okay, so we have successfully designed our HTML page, and exactly in this format itself we are going to be creating all the register page, login page, and logout page as well. Okay, so let's create the login page and register page very quickly. Okay, so let's come to our Visual Studio Code, and here let's go to the templates. Let's create a file called as login.html. Okay, and just like this, let's click on the templates folder again and create register.html. Okay, now whatever is there in home.html, I'm going to copy everything and come to login.html page, paste it over here, and just this anchor tag, Okay, this anchor tag which is showing the question and answers and all those things. Okay, I'll just replace it with a HTML form where I can which I can use for login. Okay, so let me come back to the Bootstrap page and let me very quickly select some kind of a form, and I think this should be well and good. It has email address and password and the submit button. So let me just copy this form, put it exactly after this horizontal line like this. Okay, so we have our form after the horizontal line, and here instead of submit, I'll make it as login, and let everything, I think it's good. Okay, primary means a blue color. Okay, and let me make a small button, btn hyphen small, that is the class name of Bootstrap. It has a submit button. Okay, and now it's not going to be email, it's going to be input type equal to text. Okay, and everything else can remain the same itself. Okay, and here instead of saying email address, I'll say enter your username like this. Okay, and input type equal to text and all those things, and here compulsory we have to keep a name, so I'm just going to keep it as name itself. Okay, and the next one is a password. Okay, so input type is password, that is correct, and here one more parameter I have to add, that is name variable. Name in double quotes, I'll name it as password itself. So that is done. Okay, so our login page is successfully done. Let's go to our page, let's refresh. Okay, and now what we'll have to do is we'll have to create a function which shows us the login page. Okay, just like this. Let me copy the entire thing, paste it over here, and the root the route of login page will be login itself, and the function name also I'll keep it as login only, and render underscore template will render me that login.html page. Okay, and just like this I'm going to copy this whole function once again, paste it over here, and let's create a function for register as well. So forward slash, I'll put register as the login route for registering. Function name also I'll keep it as register, and render underscore template will render us register.html. Okay, so that is what we have created over here. Okay, and now just like this, okay, I'm going to create a logout. Okay, so when I say logout, okay, function name also I'll keep it as logout. Okay, and this time it is going to render the main page itself, that is home.html. Okay, it should come back to the home.html page. Okay, so like this. Okay, we have successfully created our three HTML pages. Okay, the home page, login page, register page. Okay, and we have created a function which when clicked on will give you the home page of this particular application. Okay, now let's go to the login page, and this is done. Now let's come to register.html page. From the login page itself, I'll copy everything. Let's come to register page, paste it over here, and let's make one small change in login.html page. Okay, where it says questions answered. Okay, I'll just remove it off h1 and say this is the login page, login page of the application, like this. And let's come to the register page, and here the question answered h1, that will remove it and say register page, like this. Okay, and here instead of login I'll name this as register. Okay, that will be the submit button. Okay, and in order to submit button they have to choose a username, not a enter a username. Okay, so let me say choose a username, okay, which you want to choose. Okay, and this division is not required actually, because we are not uh, telling them to enter their email ID, so that division I'll remove it off. Okay, so login page is done, register page is also done. Okay, So we have home.css. Okay, see guys, in register page also home.css is linked. Okay, because we have copy pasted everything from home.html page itself. Okay, same way for the login page as well. Okay, home.css page is linked, so we don't have to worry about the linking css page to these two pages anymore. Okay, so now let's go to our app, refresh the app. Okay, and now when I click on the login, okay, I don't think it is working. Okay, let's come to our page and let's refresh it once again. Okay, I understood why it is not working, because we have not okay, we have not given any kind of hrefs, okay, for the login, register and logout functions. Okay, so very quickly let me use the Jinja code once again. Okay, here like this, and inside this one we are going to mention the hrefs where it has to take us. Okay, so let me just write the Jinja code very quickly, and for this one as well. Okay, and inside this one we are going to mention so which page it has to go to. Now inside this one all you have to do is use the url underscore for function and write down that function's name, which will take you to these pages. Okay, in app.py, as you can see, the function name is index in order to go to home.html page. Okay, so show links.html page, you just have to write that function's name, that index, that's it. Okay, like this. So I'll copy this, okay, and paste it over the same login link also, the register link also, as well as the logout link as well. Okay, and now in order to log in, the function name is login itself. In order to register the function name, you will have to write it as register itself. Okay, and then finally to log out, you just have to write that function name called as logout, which we have created in app.py file. Okay, now all the links are successfully done. Let's come to our HTML page. Let's refresh the page once. Okay, so this will be the home page. Now this will be the login page. So as you can see, we have created the login page. Now this will be the register page, and this will be the logout. When we click on the logout, it comes to the home page, home screen. Okay, if you're on the register, if you click on this link also, it will come to the home page. So first of all, let me remove this check me out checkbox from both the login page and the register page. So let me come to the Visual Studio Code. Let's go to the login.html page, and this is the division, check me out division label. So let me just remove this whole thing from here, that is not required. So let me save it. Let's come to register.html page, and the same division I'm going to remove it from here as well. So let me save it, and we are done with the initial setup of all the HTML pages. Okay, so login page, register page, uh, login page says enter your username and password. Okay, register page says choose a username and choose a password. Okay, then let's click on the logout and it will come to the home page, and quiz app is automatically the link for the home page itself. So now first let us create the login and the register functionality for this particular application. Okay, so let's come to the login page, and now here you will have to enter the username and enter the password. Okay, but before that we have to register into the application by clicking on the register link, and it will show the register page. And now we have to choose a username and we have to choose a password, and these two details has to be stored somewhere in the database. Okay, so first let us create that particular database. So for that what I'll do is I'll just open a new command prompt like this. Let me just open a new command prompt. Okay, and as you can see uh, here we have that quiz folder. Okay, quiz underscore app folder, this is the main folder, this is the location. Okay, I'm going to create a database, so let me just grab that file path. Okay, let me just copy that path over here of this particular folder location, and here let me say cd space, and paste the path over here and hit enter. You will be inside that particular path location, and I'm going to use the SQLite 3 database. Okay, and I'm going to type like this SQLite 3. Okay, and now I'll mention a database name called as a quiz app. Okay, .db. Okay, so this is going to be my database name which we'll be using inside this application. So just hit enter, and a database would have been created in this particular file location. Okay, right now you will not be able to see anything on the screen. Okay, but as soon as I write some SQL commands, okay, you'll be able to see a database getting created over here called as quizapp.db. So let's create the first table in which I want to store all the user information. So I'll say create table. Okay, if not exists, okay, table name I'll keep it as users, and in this one I'm going to keep the ID of each and every user, which will be of integer type, and that is going to be the primary key of this particular table, primary key, and it is going to auto increment itself. Okay, we don't have to mention this ID anymore. Okay, and then we are going to have a name for that particular person, which will be the text, and compulsorily we have to give a name for that particular person, so I'm going to keep it as not null. Then the password which he is going to choose, so that is also going to be the text, and not null value I'm going to add one more time. Let me just increase the screen size a bit so that you'll be able to see properly, like this. And the next value I want to keep is whether he is a teacher or whether he is an admin of this particular application. So let me have a column called as teacher, teacher. Okay, and that is going to be a boolean value. Okay, lean, boolean value, and not null I'm going to keep. Okay, and I'm going to have one more admin column. Okay, that also data type I'm going to keep it as boolean and not null. Okay, we have to enter all the values. So let me just close the parenthesis, give a semicolon, and hit enter. Okay, and now if I show you this particular folder, as you can see, a quiz app.db got created as soon as we wrote some SQL commands like this. Okay, now if I say dot tables, hit enter, and it's going to say we have only one table, that is called as users. Okay, now if I say and that table is also empty right now, so if I say select star from uh, users, semicolon, enter, it's not going to give you any kind of output because the table is totally empty right now. Okay, so we have successfully created a database. Okay, and we have successfully created a table called as users, which has ID, name, password, as well as teacher and admin columns. Okay, totally 5 columns we have added in this particular database table. Okay, now let's go to our register.html. Okay, and first of all, in app.py, okay, we have created a function called as register. Okay, and we are going to enter two details. Okay, one is the name of that particular person, and another one is going to be the password which is going to choose. Okay, so these are the two parameters which are going to go to that register function. Okay, but how they are going to go, we have to mention over here in the form tag. Okay, you have to mention that action is equal to, in double quotes, okay, you just have to put a forward slash and write down that function's name, that is called as register. That's it. Okay, so this will be the function which gets triggered. Okay, and the method, okay, the method by which how it is going to get posted, so it will be post, because whenever you are entering some values into the database, it is better to use the post. Okay, and whenever you are fetching some value from the database, then you should use get method over here. Okay, so register method will work like this. Okay, and I'm not liking the primary button, so let me make it as a success button. Okay, success button success, so it will give you a green color button. So let me just go to the page and let's click on the refresh. So as you can see, we have got a green color button which says register right now. Okay, and as soon as we click on this register submit button by entering the username and password, okay, the values should get stored in the database. Okay, so let's come to our app.py and write the coding for that register one. Okay, now here first thing you have to mention that what are all the methods used, okay, are allowed for this register function. So you have to say methods is equal to I'll just make it as a list because I will allow both the methods. So post is also allowed and get is also allowed. Like this, I'll allow both the methods. Okay, now as soon as this function starts, okay, first you have to check if the request, okay, dot method, okay, if the request dot method is equal to either post or get. So since they are posting it, I'll just name it like this, Okay, since it is post, then what we have to do? Okay, and request is one of the methods used from the Flask library, so we'll have to import it at the top. And let me just put a comma over here and say you import that request method as well. Okay, so request dot method, if it is post, so first what you are going to do, you're going to store the name of that particular person from that particular form. So you're going to request from that form, okay, whatever name they have kept. So name also they have kept it as name itself. Okay, so let me just show you. This is the parameter. This is the parameter which we are fetching in app.py as the name parameter. Okay, and just like this, okay, there is one more parameter which will be coming from the form. So from the request, okay, you just have to say request dot form. Okay, here you will have to write the name of that particular variable which they have kept, like this. Okay, now once you have fetched the username and password from the user from the register.html form, okay, then you will need to write an SQL query which will insert these two values inside the database. Okay, for that what we will do is we'll create a database file which does the connection for us to that particular database. Okay, so what I'm going to do in the root folder, okay, this is the root folder, I'm going to create a file called as database.py. Okay, inside this one we are going to write all the connection programs and all those things which we require for our application. So first of all, since I'm using MySQL, SQLite, I'm going to import SQLite 3 module inside my function. Okay, and then from Flask, I'm going to import, okay, a global variable which is called as G. Okay, this will be used for database connection, so that is called as G. Okay, let me write it here at the top. Okay, so both of them are done. Okay, now I'll just create a function which connects to the database. Okay, so let me say like this: connect underscore to database. So this will be the function which will get connected to the database. Okay, so just like this. Okay, I'm going to create one more function. Okay, the database get database. Okay, this function will return me to the database which we have connected to. Okay, so this is how we are going to create these two functions, okay, inside this database.py file. So let's start writing the code for both of these functions. Okay, so now all you have to say is say SQLite3 dot connect is the function to connect to a database, and here in double quotes you will have to mention the path and the database name which you have created. Okay, and on the left side I'll just simply name this as a variable called as SQL. Okay, now as you know we have created the database in the desktop folder. Okay, so here is the desktop database quiz app.db. So let me just grab this path over here. Let me go back to the code and first write the path like this and change all the backward slash to forward slashes very quickly. And add one forward slash at the end and write the database name like this: quiz app.db. Okay, so we have successfully connected to this particular database. Okay, so we have connected to that particular database. Okay, and now this entire database, the SQLite3, okay, SQLite3, okay, I want in a row format. Okay, so I'll just use ROW. Okay, and in order to do this, okay, we'll have to say SQL dot, okay, we'll have to use a keyword that is called as row underscore factory, row underscore factory on the left side. Okay, see guys, entire SQLite3, okay, which is going to get converted into the row wise from this row underscore factory keyword. Okay, that's it. And finally we are going to have a return statement saying that whoever calls this function should get this object, that is the SQL which we have mentioned over here. Okay, now what I'm going to do in the get database function is that I'm going to write an if condition saying that if okay, this global variable G has an attribute called as quiz database or something like that. Okay, so let me just use the hash has attribute function, okay, and write the G global reference variable, and let's ask them whether it has quiz app, quiz app, okay, underscore db, okay, whether it has a variable called as a quiz app underscore db variable, okay. And if it does not have, okay, then what it needs to do, okay, then it has to connect, okay, to that particular database and create a variable, okay. See, I'll just put it on the left side saying that if G, okay, dot, okay, quiz app underscore db, okay, how do you get this database? By connecting to this database. So this function will call over here like this, okay, and it would have got a variable which will be quiz app underscore db, okay. And then finally what this function is going to do is, outside the if condition, I'm going to say return G dot, okay, so G will be having access to this quiz app underscore db, okay. So this is how you are going to get the database which you are trying to connect to, which is called as quiz.db, okay. So we have successfully created those two methods which connects to the database and registers our application, okay. So now let's come to the app.py file, okay. Now here, okay, I'm going to add one more function, okay. I'm going to add one more function which will be called as a tear down function, okay. Suppose guys, if I'm on the register page and suddenly if I go to login page, and from login page if I go to the logout page, okay, the database connection should get disconnected from the login page to the register page to the logout page, like that, okay. So here anywhere you can create a separate function, okay, which does the tear down between page to page, okay, page wise tear down. So let me write it here itself. So I'm going to say at the rate, okay, that is annotation, the app dot, okay. So you'll just have to say like tear down application context, okay. So that already that variable is present in the Flask library. So now you just have to create a function called as a close database or something, okay. So let me say close underscore database, okay, and which takes a error as a variable, error error as the parameter, and this function will close the database, okay. So now all you have to do is, if in a if statement you have to say if has attribute function is there, you just have to ask the reference variable whether it has an attribute, okay, whether it has an attribute called as quiz app underscore db, okay. If it has an attribute, then what it needs to do, it needs to close that particular attribute. So g dot quiz app underscore db dot, we have the close method and we are going to use that, okay. So now it is saying that G, okay, we cannot find G, it is saying, okay, because we have not imported G at the top. So let me just write that G variable, okay, and our tear down function is also ready with us. Okay, now let's start coding for the register function. Okay, so here we have the register function in which I have mentioned like if the request dot method from the HTML form from register.html page, if it is post, okay, then what needs to be done. So let me just go to app.py file, and here I'm taking two variables, that is name as well as the password of the user from the form which he is going to enter, okay. Now as soon as it is done, okay, what we need to do is, first we need to connect to a database where we can insert these two values inside that particular table. So let me come up here at the top, okay, and first we have created two methods inside a database.py file, that is the connect to database and the get database method. So what I'm going to do in app.py, I'm going to say like this, that from, okay, database, that is a file, I need to import two functions, that is connect to database as well as get database, okay. So once this is done, okay, now come to the register function, and you have to say like if the request method from the HTML form, if it is post, then first get connected to a database, okay. So I'll just name it as db, and I'll say get database, which it is getting connected to. Okay, and once when this database is collected, okay, we know the database which it is connected, and then we can write an SQL query using this db variable. Okay, so let's write that now. Okay, I'm going to say db dot execute. Execute is the function to write the SQL queries to insert the data into that particular table. So let me just either you can using single quotes or double quotes. Okay, I'm going to use double quotes. So I'm going to say insert into, now the table name is users, then open parenthesis and mention all the column names where you want to insert the values. So one is the name, another one is the password, okay, another one is whether he is a teacher or not, okay, that is the column, and whether he is admin or not. So these are the columns, and id column I am skipping because it auto increments itself. So now you have to say values, okay, again open and close parenthesis like this, and the values you are going to enter are these values, the name here, okay, but here you will have to put question mark, okay, because we don't know what the name and password and whether he's a teacher or not, all those things we will not be knowing at this stage of the application. So we are going to mention these 4 question marks over here for these 4 column names, and then after the double quotes you just have to put a comma, and as a list I'll mention these 4 question marks what they are. Okay, so first one will be the name, okay, which we have taken here. So this is the name parameter, okay, and the second parameter for the password, okay, it's going to be the password which he has entered. So let me put it as password. Okay, for time being, okay, he is not a teacher and he is not the admin, so in single quotes I'm just simply going to keep it as 0, okay, and again 0. Okay, so this is what my SQL query is going to look like, that I have inserted some values inside the HTML from the HTML form inside the database table. Okay, and once it is done, you need to commit all the changes to make database permanent. So db dot, there is a commit function which we'll be calling to make all the changes permanently. That's it. Okay, and if the user successfully gets registered, okay, then what we will do, we will navigate him to the home page. So for that, what we need to do is we have to write a return statement here only in this if condition, saying that if he gets registered, then redirect. Okay, there is a function called as redirect in Flask, okay, which I'll have to import here at the top. Okay, that is imported. Okay, and this one takes the function name. Okay, first of all it will use this function, that is url underscore for function. Okay, and inside this one you just have to write the function name for the index page, that is the home page. So here we have created the index function which will take us to the home page. So this is how we are going to register one person, okay, or a user into this particular application. Okay, now let us save this, okay, and test this application. Let me go to our page, let me refresh the page. Okay, let me come from the home page itself. So this is the home page of the application. Okay, in order to log in we need to first register our user. Okay, so the username, simply I'll keep it as ECODERS, eCoders, and password as 1234. Now if I click on register, okay, as you can see we have navigated successfully to the home page, which means we have successfully inserted some values inside the database table. Okay, and let's check it from the backend as well. Okay, so this is the database command prompt which we had opened. Okay, now let me say select star from users. Once again hit enter and you will be able to see ID number 1, username is ecoders, and password is 1234, and since 00 indicates that he is not a teacher and he is not even the admin of this application. Okay, so we have successfully completed the registration steps. Okay, now but here one problem I'm saying, that here if anybody goes from the back end, okay, they will be able to see the password of this particular person. Okay, that we should not allow that to happen. So in order to encode, okay, in order to encode that password, okay, what we are going to do is we are going to make use of some inbuilt methods which are provided to us by Python itself. Okay, so you will have to say like this, from it's called as work, WERK ZEUG, okay, dot security. Okay, so this is the library from which we are going to import some functions. So let me put the import statement here. Okay, the first function I'm going to say is generate password. Okay, there is a generate underscore password underscore hash function. Okay, this will generate a hash code for your entered password. Okay, and to check the password hash, okay, we have the check password hash function. Okay, we are going to be using these two to generate a hash code for our entered password, and after encoding it will go and get stored in the database instead of giving the password directly like this. Okay, so here we have mentioned in the register function that we are going to take the password from the user from the HTML page, and we are going to insert here in the SQL query directly like this. But this is not going to happen anymore. Okay, once you have taken the password from the user. So for that, let me just come to this line number 25 over here, and let's create a new variable called as a hashed password. Hashed underscore password is equal to, okay, I'm going to create a password like this, okay, which will be a hashed password, and that password we are going to pass it over here instead of passing the actual password inside the database. So to generate a hashed password, all you have to do is you have to call this generate password hash function. So let me just write that here, and whatever the password the user is going to enter, okay, that you have to pass it over here. So we have stored this in a variable called as password itself. So I'm just entering that. So this password I've entered here, and it will generate a hashed password for us. Okay, and the method for doing this one is called as method is equal to SHA 256. Okay, so just write here SHA 256. So this is the method which is used to generate the hashed password. Okay, now let me just get rid of the extra white space. Okay, now one more thing I want to do is whenever the user registers, okay, with that particular username and something, what I'll do is I will store that information into a session variable. Okay, so that we can use that session variable throughout the application while going from the login page to register page and all those things like that. Okay, in order to do that, what I'll do is I'll create on a separate function called as the get current user. Okay, so let me come to the top, and this is our function for the main page. Okay, and let's create a function over here itself. Say I'm going to define a function called as get current user. Current user. Okay, like this, and this will give you your current user. Okay, so first what I'll say, user underscore result, okay, is none at the beginning. Okay, so we don't have any current user as of now, so that I'm going to keep it as none. Okay, and then I'm going to you need to have a specific library that is called a session itself. So first let me go to the top and import session as well. Okay, so once we have got the session module like this, here what you can say is if at all there is a user in the session like this. So if there is a variable, okay, I'll put it in the double quotes and say if a user is there in the session object like this, then what you need to do, okay, like that we want to compare. Okay, like that we want to compare. Okay, if the user is there in the session, okay, so this user, okay, this user gets stored in a variable called as user itself like this, and then we have to connect to database. So I'll say get database is the function which will connect me to the database, and we are going to check whether this user, okay, whether this user is already present in the database or not. Okay, so let me say like this. So db dot, okay, I'm going to say execute function, and I'm going to write an SQL query where I'm going to say please check in the database if this person exists in the database table or not. Okay, so I'll say like this, select star from users table where name is equal to question mark. Okay, and come outside the double quotes, give a comma, and as a lister you can make that variable name, that is the user. Okay, that is the user which just has come inside our session object. Okay, and now for this one you need to just create a cursor. Okay, so let me just say user underscore cursor is equal to db dot execute, like that. Okay, now to this user underscore cursor I'm going to use the fetch one function. Okay, because I want only the one person with that particular name. Okay, and that will be our user from the result. Okay, so user result, which was none at the beginning. Okay, now this user result will be this particular variable. Okay, so here that's why we have created a global variable. Okay, not a local variable. And finally this function, okay, is going to return you the user result which we have fetched. Okay, so this is the function. Okay, so this is the function which will fetch you the current user of this particular application. Okay, and now let's come to the register function. Okay, see guys, here as soon as the person who is trying to register, okay, using his username and the hashed password, okay, and once when he registers successfully, okay, here is where I'm going to put that sessions, okay, in the session user, okay, in a variable called a sessions user. Okay, like this. Okay, like a assigning a value to this sessions user. Okay, whatever the name is getting typed by the user. Okay, so let me just copy that name and paste it over here. Okay, so this name, whatever name is typed by the user, okay, that is going to be the current user of this particular application. Okay, and one more thing you need to understand is whenever you're trying to hash a password or something, okay, using any kind of methods like this, okay, you need to have a specific variable configured in your system, okay, in your application. So here you'll have to say app.config. Okay, config is a method which is used, okay, to configure any properties which you are having. So I'm going to say in single quotes that we have a secret key. Okay, and this you have to write it in capital secret, secret underscore key. Okay, and that is going to be from the OS module, operating system module, a unsigned random integer or a random number, you can say, let's say 24 variables, like that. Okay, and let's import that OS module at the top also. Import OS. So we have OS module from Python, which we have imported here, and we have generated a secret key of 24 characters, like that. Okay, so we have a function ready with us which will give us the current user, and we have a register function which registers our application user into the database. Okay, so now let me just save it. Let's go to our HTML page. Let's refresh. Let's click on the register, and here the second user I'm entering right now. Okay, simply let me put him as Raj, and his password is 1234. Okay, and please note we have entered 1234 as password, but when I click on the register it will come to the home page, and when I check in the database, okay, from the backend, okay, so here is the first user which was called as ecoders and his password was 1234. Now when I say select start from users once again, okay, as you can see the second person is Raj, but his password right now is a hashed code. Okay, see SHA 256, and it has generated some kind of a hash number for our password. Okay, and here it's still 0 and 0. Okay, so this is how our application is going to register one person into the application, and his password is also really secure. Okay, nobody will be able to see the password even if they go from the back end of the application. Now the next thing to check is whether when I'm registering any particular person, okay, if I show you the back end of this, okay, see there is already a person called as Raj. That username is already taken. Okay, but now if I go to the application, let me just refresh and let me just re-register once again. Okay, if a second person comes whose name is also Raj, and let's say some other password is trying to keep 4321. Okay, now if I register, he will also get registered with the same name. Okay, so this is the next step which you have to take care, that if the username is already taken. Okay, see, let me just say select start from users once again from the backend, hit enter, and you'll be able to see there is like two users, okay, with the same name, Raj and Raj. Okay, even if their passwords are different. Okay, so we have to check for username which is already taken by that particular person. Okay, while registering only, just like how I have inserted one value inside the database. Okay, you guys have to check whether this name, okay, whether this name which is entered by the user, okay, whether it is already taken or not. Okay, if it is already present in the database, then we should have an error message saying that username is already taken, and you have to choose a different username. Okay, so that is what we are going to do next. But for that, first what I'll do, I'll create an error message saying that, okay, first the error message is going to be none. Okay, there is no error message in the application. Okay, but if at all there is a duplicate user, okay, if already a username exists, then we will assign something to this error message. Okay, so first what you are going to do is, after you have taken the username and password from the user, okay, you are going to get connected to the database from here, that is line number 35, and you are going to execute one query, okay, saying that fetch me this user from the database. Okay, fetch me this particular user from the database whose name we have taken from the form. This is that particular name. Okay, and this will ensure that whether that person is present in the database or not. Okay, so let me just write it in double quotes like this. Okay, select star from the users table where, okay, this name is equal to the question mark. Okay, like this, I want to fetch that particular person, and in the list I'm going to pass that parameter like this. Okay, this parameter name has been entered inside the database, and we are trying to fetch that particular person from the database. Okay, see here on the left side, let me just say user underscore fetching underscore cursor is equal to db dot execute like this. Okay, and on this particular variable, let me just copy that variable name here. In the next line, I'm going to say dot fetch one function. So let me come here like this. Okay, so it is going to fetch me that one particular person. Okay, and this one I'm going to store it as the existing user. Okay, already in the database. Okay, so existing underscore user. Okay, if at all we get this particular user, okay, then it means the username has been already taken, and we need to stop the user from choosing that particular database name. Okay, not database name, the person's name. So what we are going to do, we are simply going to write an if condition stating that, okay, if at all, okay, if at all there is an existing person. So let me write like this: if there is an existing, already there is, if there is an existing user, okay, then what we need to do, we need to set one error message. Okay, and he needs to get redirected to the register page itself. So first let us do that one. If there is already an existing user, okay, from the database which we have fetched right now, okay, then you return, okay, then you return, I'll use the redirect render template method. Okay, then tell him to go to the register page itself, register.html page itself. Okay, along with this error message, err orr, error message like this, err or. Okay, and if at all there is an existing user, okay, then what we will do, we will create one error message saying that, boss, that username has already been taken. Okay, you need to choose a different username. Okay, and here instead of passing that variable, okay, you can directly write it in double quotes like this. Okay, or what you can say, let's come over here, this sorry, this error variable, okay, that I will take it inside this error error is equal to username already taken. Please use a different username, like this. Okay, so this is going to be the error statement. Okay, and now this error variable, I'm going to pass it here as the parameter. Okay, so this is how we will re-navigate to the register page itself along with this error message on the screen. Okay, and now all you need to do is you have to go to the register.html page and you have to display this error message on the screen. That's it. Okay, and now let us go to the register.html page. Okay, see guys, this is our register form. Let me just show you that register form here as well. Okay, let me just go to the register form. Okay, just after this h1, okay, if they are trying to use Raj and Raj username once again, okay, let me just make uh, after this h1 itself, let's create a message over here saying that the username has been already used. Okay, so you can't use that username anymore. Okay, so this is that particular form, and this is that h1 tag which says register page. Okay, and then we have the horizontal line, okay, which is of white colored. Now just after this h1 or before the horizontal line itself, okay, here I'm going to use the syntax for writing the if condition using the Flask framework. That is like this: if we have to say if there is an error message. Okay, if there is an error, okay, let me just go back to that app.py and show you that variable name. Okay, this variable name I am trying to print here, saying that if there is an error, okay, if at all there is an error, then we will show either as a h4 or something. Okay, in h4 tag we will show that particular error using the Jinja code like this. Okay, you have to use the two curly braces, and here you have to say you show that error variable whatever it is. Okay, and then we will have to end the if statement like this, end if. Okay, no need to give any space in between, like this, and if should be a single word. Okay, and now if there is an error, okay, then it will get shown just before this horizontal line of register page. So let me go, this is the h1 and this is the horizontal line. Okay, just in between these two, okay, we are going to get an error message saying that boss, that username is already been taken. Okay, you need to choose a different username. Okay, so this is the h4 tag, and let me just give some class name for this. Class equal to uh, let's say text. Okay, text hyphen. Okay, I'm going to make it as danger. Okay, that is in red color, and let's save this file and let's refresh the page. Okay, now I'm in the register page. Okay, let's see if I can use the same, the Raj username once again, and password IBCD. Okay, something, and if I click on the register, okay, it is saying there is no such table as user. Okay, I have made a small mistake. It is not a user table, it is users table. Okay, so let me go to the app.py file and make that correction very quickly. Okay, so select start from users. So let me save the file. Okay, let's come back to the application. Let's come back, refresh the page, and let's use Raj, password ABCD, and let's click on register. Okay, so as you can see, we have been navigated to the same page, that is register.html, and it is saying username has already been taken. I choose a different username. Okay, choose a different username, it is saying. Okay, so this is how, okay, we have taken care of the duplicate username in the application. Now let me just refresh this page. Sorry, let me just cancel this, and let me use a different totally different name. Okay, I'll choose Rajesh as a new username, and his password, let me say ABC123. Okay, and let's click on the register, and as you can see, we have been navigated to the home page and we have successfully registered one more person inside our application called as Rajesh. So let me say select star from users once again from the backend, hit enter, and you will be able to see the fourth person got added, who is the Rajesh, and we have generated the hash code for that particular person. Okay, now our register functionality is properly done. Now all we need to do is work on the login button. Okay, work on the login button. So let me just go to my Visual Studio Code, okay, and just like this, okay. And one more thing I forgot, okay, that we have a function which gets us the current user by storing it inside the session object, okay, which is in the session object. This is going to be get used as the user, okay. This user variable we can pass it on all the pages, okay, from the starting page, that is the home page, login page, register page, even the logout page as well, okay. Now what you guys need to do is you have to call that particular function, okay. That particular function name is called as get current user, okay. Now let me just copy this name, and you will have to call this function, okay, as soon as that function is getting triggered, okay. And I'll store that as a user itself, okay, like this. And whichever page it is navigating to, okay, that variable I'll store it as a variable user itself, okay. So this is what you need to do in each and every page. So let me just copy that name. So whenever you are logging, you are going to get the current user who is trying to log in, and the user variable is going to get passed to the login page as well, okay. Just like that in register also, first you need to get the current user, and in the register.html last line you need to have user equal to user. That is the variable which gets passed to all the pages of your application. But at the last, okay, the logout function, okay, what it needs to do is it should remove that particular user from the session object, okay. That is what you have to do, and then you have to navigate to the home page. So in the logout function, okay, all you need to do is you just have to call this session object, okay, and you have to use the pop function of Python, and then you have to say this user variable is there in the session, you have to make it as none, okay. So we have removed a variable called as user from the session object, okay. Then you need to redirect me to the home page itself, okay. So instead of saying a render template like this, okay, what you can say is directly redirect me to the home page, okay. So instead of having a return a render template, okay, I'll use the redirect method, okay, which uses the url underscore for function like this. And inside that one I'm going to pass the function name, that is the index, like this. Oh, sorry, okay. So this we have taken care, okay. As soon as the logout function gets called, okay, the user is going to get removed, and the user variable is again assigned as none, okay. So that is what is done over here, okay. User result, okay, that user result is the result which we are going to fetch, and it is going to get passed in every function, okay. The login, register, the home page, okay. And we can display that username whoever is logged in into the system inside the application wherever you decide, okay. So we have successfully done the register form, the hashed password, as well as, okay, the logout functionality of this application, okay. Now all we need to do is create a login feature, okay, using that same username and password, okay, from which they have registered inside the application. So now this is that login function which should get activated whenever a person goes to login.html page, and from this particular form he starts entering the username and password which he has chosen and registered inside the application, okay. First let me just show you that HTML page as well. So this is that login page, so let me just refresh this page, okay. So here he is going to enter two things, okay, from that this HTML form. So this is the form right now, and here we will have to say which function it should get activated, okay. So action equal to, like this, in just by putting forward slash and say login, okay. This is the function name which we have created in app.py, and here it is login, okay. And everything we have kept it in small letters, okay. So this is going to get triggered whenever a person clicks on the submit button, okay. And the method, okay, method, okay, I'll also choose as post itself, okay. So method is post. Let me just make this as capital. You can write it in capital and small, so it will not make any kind of difference, okay, like this. So we have a method called as post from which it is going to trigger the login function which we have created in app.py. Okay, now all you need to do is, first of all, here in the route only you will have to mention all the methods which are allowed for this particular application. Okay, you can give all the methods as a list variables, like post is also allowed, then you can say get is also allowed, like this. But if you have only post, that is also fine. Okay, now as soon as this program starts, okay, so first of all you are going to get the current user who is using this particular application, and we'll have one error message, error. Okay, if anything goes wrong in the login process, okay, we'll put one error message inside that. But at the beginning, okay, let error message also, let it be as none. Okay, now all you need to do is you have to check for the method if it is post or get. Okay, and for that, yeah, I'm going to use an if condition saying that if the request, okay, request dot method, okay, if it is equal to post, then what you need to do, okay, so we are taking two variables, that is one username and one is password, to log inside the system. So what I'll do, I'll store those variables inside the two variables. Okay, so let me write like this. So name equal to request dot form. Okay, request dot form, where we have kept a name called as name itself. Okay, and password is equal to request from the form, where we have kept the name as password itself. Okay, let me just show you very quickly those two names which we have mentioned in the HTML page. Okay, let me go to the login.html page. Okay, and this input field, okay, where I'm saying input type equal to text, here is the variable name which we have kept as name, and here is the second input field where we have kept this name as password. Okay, so this is what we are going to do. Okay, and instead of primary button that is blue color, let me put it as success, so that we get a green color button over there. Okay, it will look much more proper with green. Okay, so let me just refresh this. Okay, it says something has gone wrong. Okay, there is saying expected indent block. Okay, because I had not completed the this if else statement properly, so that's why we are getting that particular error. So let me just run it again. Okay, so it says app.py line number 34. So as you can see, this is the error which we are getting right now. Okay, so no worries, first let me just complete the coding, and then we'll get back to this particular error. Okay, now error message is none, and we have taken two variables from the user, that is his username and password. Okay, now all you need to check is this particular person whose name they have entered, okay, whether his password matches with the database password. Okay, then both the persons, okay, the person who is registered and the person who is trying to log in are the same people. Okay, for that what you need to do is you just need to connect to the database. So I'll simply create a variable called as db, okay, and say get database is the database which we have connected to. Okay, now you need to execute one query db.exe and inside this you are going to write the SQL query to fetch this particular person. Okay, and we have his password. Okay, we have his password, and then we will compare the password which the user has entered and the password which is already there in the database. So first let's write a query to fetch that particular person. Okay, so I'll say like this, select star from users table, okay, where name equal to question mark. Okay, and then here in the list I'm going to pass the name variable. Okay, so we have fetched that one person from the database. So, okay, so let me say here like this, fetched person cursor. Okay, CURSOR. Okay, and on this fetched person cursor variable, in the next line, okay, you put the fetch one function like this. Okay, and here I will say person from database is equal to fetch person cursor, and we have that person from the database which we have got from the database. Okay, so this is how I'm going to fetch that particular person, okay, using his username which he's going to enter. Okay, so we have a person from the database like this. Okay, now all you need to check is, okay, all you need to check is if at all you have got that particular person from the database. Okay, so if you have that person from database, okay, which means the username you have got it correctly. Okay, that person has that username. Okay, now all you need to check is whether the password which he's entering right now, okay, matches with the database password which he has already registered with. Okay, so that you will have to write in another if condition. Okay, and we have to check for both the passwords. Okay, we have to check for the both the passwords, and for this time I'm going to use this particular function called as check underscore password underscore hash. Okay, which we got it from this particular library. So let me just go here at the bottom and write that particular function name, and this time you will have to pass two variables inside this one. Okay, first is the fetch person's password, okay, from the database, and the password which he is entering. Okay, so this person's, okay, let me just copy which we have got from the database. Okay, and inside that one, okay, we have a column called as password column. Okay, so we have fetched the password of this particular person from the database. So this is the database password, and this variable password is the password which is entering from the form, so that I'll keep it as the second variable. Okay, so this function is going to check the password from the database and the password entered by the user whether it is correct or not. Okay, so let me just come back and make this indentation properly. Okay, and first of all, if at all if the password is correct, okay, we will make him go to the you can say home page. Okay, we can tell go to the home page. So I'll just use return redirect. Okay, I'm going to use the redirect function, okay, which uses the url underscore for function to go to the home page, that is the index page. Okay, so I'm just going to write the function name like this. Okay, and what you need to do is when you are going to the home page, okay, till this step you would have confirmed that he is the actual user and actual password also matched. So before going to the home page, all you need to do is you need to store this person's name inside the session as the current user. Okay, so you will just have to call the session object and create a variable called as user, and inside this one the person which you have fetched from the database, his name parameter, okay, from the database you are going to store inside the session object called as user, and that is going to get stored in the session, and from here all the pages will get the current user who is using this particular application. But if the username or password doesn't match, okay, the password doesn't match means then we will write an else condition over here, and in that error message, okay, in that error variable, okay, we are going to type one message saying that your username or password, okay, we should not let the person using the application stating that whether it is username or password. Okay, so that's why you should write always username or password. Okay, username or password did not match. Okay, and you need to try again. Okay, try again like this, and this error message should go to the login page itself. Okay, this error message should go to the login page itself. So if at all there is a user and his password is not matching, then you need to redirect him like this. Let me copy this and write it over here in the else block, and we'll make it as login itself. Okay, and this time what I'll do, I'll use the render template function to go to the login.html page, and along with this I'm going to pass the error message error error equal to error. Okay, I have created a variable called as error, and this error message is the right side part of that. Okay, so now let me just get rid of the extra parenthesis over here. Okay, so this is going to happen if at all the password does not match. Okay, But if the username only is not matching, okay, then what we need to do is we have to write an else block for this if condition in this particular indentation. So here, let me come here and let me be exactly in this particular indentation and write the else block. Write the else block, and here we are going to write a separate error message like this, saying that uh, username or password did not match. Okay, try again. Okay, and we have to make them navigate to the login page itself. So this time I'm going to say return. Okay, return, you just, I'll use the redirect function itself, and here let me just put the URL underscore for function and the login method. Okay, login method will get triggered. Okay, and in this login.html page along with the user, okay, I'm going to pass the error statement as well. Okay, so this is how you can pass the error statement. Okay, and if you're not using in line number 46 I have used the render template method. Okay, and if you're not using that, okay, you can also use this redirect, and you'll not even have to pass this error statement anymore. Okay, it will be passed directly like this. Okay, so this is how you're going to have the login functionality ready with you. Okay, now all you need to do is display this error message, okay, in login.html page. So let me just save this file. Let me grab this variable and let's go to login.html page. Okay, and this is that h1 tag, and this is that horizontal line. Okay, and just before the horizontal line, okay, let me use that same Flask syntax, that is curly braces along with the percentage symbol or modulus symbol, you can say. And here you can say if statement, if you have that variable called as error. Okay, and here only you have to end the error if condition, saying that end the if condition like this. Okay, and inside this one, okay, you can have an h1 or something, or h4. Let's say we are doing it in h4, and using the Jinja syntax, okay, you are going to print that error message. Okay, if at all the username or password doesn't match, you're going to get that proper error statement on the screen. Okay, and let's add a class name to that, saying it has to be in red color. So I'm going to say text hyphen danger. Okay, danger is a Bootstrap class name which will give the red color to our text. Okay, and we have kept it in h4 tag. Okay, just before the horizontal line which is in white color. So let me just save this one and let's get to app.py, and I think our login functionality is also taken care of. Okay, so let me just get rid of all these extra white spaces so that you will be able to see the code properly. Okay, so we have our login functionality ready with us. Let me just grab this like this and show you the entire login code. Okay, so this is the entire login code for any web application which you are doing from Flask framework. So now let's save this file and test the login functionality. Now let's go to the website. Let's refresh the page once. Okay, so we are at the login page, and first of all let me just show you the current users which we have inside our application, so that we can log in using their credentials. So select star from users will show me all the users. So we have eCoders, Raj and Rajesh. Okay, now let me just minimize this, and let's say ECODERS. Okay, and password we have kept for him is 1234. Now if I click on login, okay, it is saying the username or password did not match, please try again. Okay, so let's check what exactly has gone wrong. Now let me just first come back to this one, and here ECODRS is the username and 1234 is the password. So let me just try this one more time. Let me just refresh the page. No, let me just come back, refresh the page. Let's say ECODERS username and password is 1234. Let's click on the login button. Okay, and I think we have made some kind of a mistake, because the username and password are perfectly correct, but still we are getting a message saying that username or password did not match. So let me just go to our code and check what exactly the mistake we have done. Okay, first let me just comment this line out, because it's the same redirect functionality which takes us to the login page and displays the error message. Okay, we'll just make an error statement, because that variable only is getting passed here as the final variable in the when we are navigating to this particular page. Okay, and here again we have the error message which takes us to the login page. Okay, so I think this should work really fine. Okay, uh, and now let's say this also. Okay, this also let me comment it off. Okay, let's say this also, let's comment it off. Okay, I'm just using the if else statement to just to create the error statement. Okay, and since I have taken this error variable as a global variable, okay, this can be passed directly when we are rendering this particular template. Okay, so I have commented out both these lines, okay, both these lines, and let's save this. Okay, now let's come to our page. Let's refresh it, and let's use the same username and password, ECODERS, eCoders, and password is 1234. Now let's click on login. Okay, still we have an error message saying that, okay, username and password is not matching. So let me just come here. Okay, we have done some kind of a mistake, I guess. Let me very quickly go to login page as well and check out the name variables. So name equal to name, that is also correct, and name equal to password. Okay, for both the input fields, that is also correct. Okay, and here, okay, we are taking this name variable from the form as well as the password from the form. Okay, this database. Okay, this we can actually keep it here in the first line. Okay, and then maybe we can start writing the code like that. Okay, I think everything else is fine. Let me just save it and rerun the application and check. So let me just refresh the page. Okay, or let me just try a different username and password and just check. Okay, so let's type this Raj, and let's see if you can the username and password correctly. Okay, so I'll type Raj, and for him I think password we had chosen was 1234 itself. Okay, let's click on login. Okay, there is no table called as user. Okay, so let's rectify that first very quickly. Okay, let me just go and see the page line number. Okay, so here it is. Okay, it says select star from user where name equal to question mark I have given. Okay, that is in line number 19 in app.py file. So let me just go to line number 19. Okay, app.py file. Here I have made a small mistake, that is S. So this was the mistake, I guess. Okay, I think now everything should work fine. Now let's go back to the application. Let's go back, refresh the page. Okay, now RAAJ Raj and 1234. Let's click on login, and successfully we have come to the first page, that is the home page of this application. Okay, now when I click on the logout, okay, that person should get removed from the session object. Okay, and let's log in once again as ecoders itself. So ECODERS, ecoders, and password 1234. Like, click on the login button. Okay, and here we are doing some kind of a mistake. Okay, maybe I think I'm doing some mistake. Ecoders. Okay, 4321. Okay, maybe I forgot the username or password, something like that. ECODERS, and password is 1234. Let's log in. Okay, so we are getting an error message for ecoders. So let me check from the backend that ECODERS, ECODERS, and password is 1234. Okay, but for that we are getting error, but for this Raj person we are not getting the error. Okay, so what we will do is, okay, I understood, because it is checking for the hashed password. Okay, and before creating the generate hash password code, we had not we had entered this manually. you can say manually directly from the website. Okay, so that's why it is not working. So for this, what I'll do is I'll just drop this table completely and redesign this. Again, I'll create this particular table. So I'll drop table users semicolon and done. Okay, so now we don't have any kind of tables. tables tables, not tables. If you say, it is not going to show any kind of code. Okay, and I'm going to write the create table code once again, hit enter, and it would have created the users table once again. Okay, if you say dot tables, you will get that particular table. Okay, now let's register a new person called as ecoders, password 1234, and 100% this time it is going to work. Okay, now let me just refresh no, not refresh, because let me just go back to the login page. Let's refresh, or cancel. No, let me come back to the home page. Okay, from home page, let me refresh the page. Let me click on register, and this time I'm going to register as ECODERS and then password 1234. Okay, now let's click on the register button, and voila, we have successfully registered that particular person with the name ecoders, and his password is 1234. Now let's click on the login button, and let's log in using that same credentials. Okay, if it successfully logs in, we have to come back to the home page itself. So ECODERS, then password 1234, login, and as you can see, we are in the home page of our application. So which means our login functionality is also working perfectly fine. Okay, now as soon as we log in, okay, what you can do is this user variable which you are passing to each and every page. Okay, you can show anywhere on the screen. Okay, you can show anywhere on the screen. So what I'll do is in login page, register page, and all those HTML pages. Okay, here anyways I am getting the variable name, and here is where we are showing that particular link. Okay, and you can show that variable anywhere we want. So this is the home page. This is the header section where we are seeing this particular navigation, and anywhere, just like you can show it in I think show links itself. Okay, so this is the entire UL. Okay, you can create one more link or something like that, and you can show that person's name. Okay, and I will put it exactly after the logout button. Okay, or you can make it before the logout button as well. Okay, or let me make it after the logout button itself. So let me just copy this logout link. Okay, and paste it over here. Okay, no need to create any kind of links or anything, so I'll simply put this one as hash. Like if you have that admin profile and all those things, then you can show that particular person. Okay, so here you are going to say user like this, and here I'm going to mention that particular name using the Jinja code. Okay, and this whole thing is going to appear only when the user logs into the system. Okay, so that's why here I will write an if condition using the Flask syntax, that is the if condition. If there is a user, okay, which we are getting passed, then only this whole thing should get shown to us. So here let's end that if condition, and if let's save it, and here I'll show this particular variable. So let me just copy it and paste it over here. Okay, so we have successfully created a user, and whatever the username is, that is going to get displayed on each and every page, because show links is copied in login.html, register.html, as well as home.html as well. Okay, now let me save all the files. Let me go back to my this thing. Let's refresh everything. Okay, now let's click on the login button. Okay, right now we don't have any kind of user, so we are not seeing any kind of name here at the top. Okay, now as soon as we log in, ECODERS, okay, and hit 1234, that is the password of ecoders. Now let's click on the login button. Okay, so we have come to the home page, but here we did not get to see the username. Okay, let me just refresh. Okay, and I think why it didn't happen is because, okay, in show links, Okay, in show links, we have not sent this user to this particular show links page. Okay, what you can do is, anyways, you have created this function called a show underscore links. Inside this one, okay, inside this function, you can pass as a variable name. Okay, so here let me say users. That is a user which is going to come inside this particular link. And when you have done this, okay, you will have to update here as well. Okay, saying that the here the user is going to come. Okay, and let's go to the login page as well. So you are saying show links is there one user will come. Okay, just like the register page also, go to the top and say user, like this, save it. Okay, home dot is not required, that is a css page, show links. Okay, now let me save it, and let's come to our website and let's refresh the page. Okay, so it is saying SQLite3 object has been created. Okay, so perfect. So we are successfully displaying the user object which we have kept, but this user's name is what I want to display. So I'll just put a square bracket, and from the database, okay, we have kept a column name called as name, that is the name which we want to display of that particular user. So I'll just change this like this, save it. Let's go to our homepage and let's refresh. So as you can see, our user is ecoders, and we have just created as a linker. Like if he has a user profile page of his own, then it will get shown to us. And now if I click on logout, okay, it should remove that particular person from that particular page, and it should come back to the home page of this particular application. Okay, and we'll make some small changes in this application. We'll provide a little bit proper color coding. Okay, so let me choose some orange type of color, okay, for this application's header. Okay, so that it will look much better, because the dark black color is not looking that good. Okay, so I think we have changed for the entire body. uh, okay, this one also is looking okay, but I just need to change. Let me just come back to the original color, and the header portion. Okay, the header portion which is getting seen. Okay, the UL. I'll simply give one class name called as header nav, like this, so that I can target with this particular name. So let me copy that name, come to home dot css. Let's say dot that particular name, open and close curly brace like this, and use the background color property once again, and this time let's change it to that orange type of color, so that only the header portion, okay, changes to that particular color. Okay, now let me just save this one, and let's go back and let's refresh the page. Okay, no, I don't know, it got applied. Okay, dot header nav. Let me just save this one. Okay, and uh, header nav. Let's come back to show links. Okay, header nav is the class name which we have kept over here for the entire navigation. Okay, or let's say like this. Okay, instead of giving it for this one, okay, I'll directly give for the parent division. Okay, which I am using here, where we have kept all the headers and everything. Okay, so here we already have a class name called as header, so why not use that one? Okay, so let me just copy this header, and let's come to home.css. Instead of saying header nav, just let's use that header itself. Dot header is the class name. So let's save this one, and let's come to our page and let's refresh. Okay, still we are not able to see anything. uh, why is because here bg dark. Okay, this has become the inline property, so that's why that is not getting applied. Okay, so from an external file, whenever you are adding some css, make sure that inline properties are being disabled. So let me just save this one, and let's go to our page and let's refresh. So as you can see, we have successfully got a proper header bar over there, and the padding is too much. So let me just make this as a padding 1. Let me just go back to our page. Let's refresh. Okay, so this is much better. Okay, now, and I think the body color also we can make a little bit of changes. Let's come to that home.css and this one. Okay, let me try some bluish kind of a thing. Okay, like a dark bluish kind of a thing. I think this one should be very fine. Okay, because the text white color will look much proper in this kind of setting. Let me save it and let's check our website. So let's refresh. Okay, I think this looks much better, and only thing we need to do right now is get rid of this particular border. So let's come to our home.html page. Okay, and here the property which we have used, css property of Bootstrap, let me just remove it off. Let's save it, and I will have to do it from all the pages. So that is also gone. Let's save the file register.html. Let's save it, and I think that's about it. Okay, so now let's me refresh, and this is what our app is going to look like. Okay, and if you want, you can make these links in black color, I guess. Okay, it will look much proper with the black color. So let's go to the show links and text light which is there. Okay, let me hold Control D and it will select all the things at once. Okay, let me just remove it and say dark. Okay, this is the functionality you get in Visual Studio Code. You can write down all of them at one single shot. So let me just refresh. Okay, and these three are done. This quiz app is not done. Okay, because here I missed this one. So let me just say light, dark, sorry. So let's save it and let's refresh the page. Okay, so I think this is much better. Okay, so we have our app features ready with login and logout application. Okay, now the next part of the code is to make a page where we get to see all the users who are registered in this application. Okay, from there we can find out whether he's the admin of the application, whether he's a teacher, like that. Okay, so we'll be having one page called as all users.html page. So let me just create that page very quickly. So here let me click on the templates, click on this first option which creates the file. So let me say users.html, or you can name it as all users page also, like all users.html. Okay, and just like home page. Okay, let me just copy the entire thing itself. Okay, let me copy the entire thing and let's come to our all users.html page, paste it over here. Let's save it, and here since we have this anchor tag. Okay, since we have this anchor tag which is showing us the h4, the paragraph, and who is the teacher and who it was asked by. Okay, all those things. Instead of having these things, okay, I'm going to display that particular user details. Okay, so let me get rid of this. Okay, and just for understanding purpose, here I'll simply just keep it as users. Okay, let's save it, and let's go to our page. Let's refresh. Okay, and in our code we will have to create one function in app.py file to see all the users. Okay, to see all the users in one particular page. Okay, so this is the route for the home page, this is the route for the login page, this is the route for the register page, and just like this. Okay, I'm going to create one more function which shows me all the users. So let me just say app.route, app.route, in single quotes I'm going to say all users. Okay, and then I'm going to create a function called as all users itself. So define all users like this, and it is going to return you the home page of this application. So render template. Oh, sorry, it's not going to show the home page. It is going to show all users page. Okay, so in double quotes I'm going to say all users dot html. Okay, so this is going to be the page of this particular application. Okay, now all users. First of all, what I'm going to do, I'm going to have a user variable. Okay, so get current user is the function I'm going to call, and that user I'm going to pass it in this page as well. Okay, so user is equal to user. So this is how it's going to get done. Okay, now here what I need to do is I need to fetch all the users and display it here in this particular page. So for this one also, I'll say keep the methods which are allowed for this application. I'm going to say in a list that I'm going to allow both post as well as get. Okay, it can be post or get. So here let me make it like this. Okay, and now first of all you need to connect to the database. Okay, you just need to connect to the database and fetch all the users and display it on the screen. That's it. Okay, so it's going to be a very straightforward function. And here, okay, see, we have mentioned post or get, but I'm not going to use any kind of a if condition over here. Okay, but simply what I'll do is I'll simply directly connect to the database and try to fetch all the users from the database. Okay, so I'll keep a variable called as db, and I will say get database is the function which will get me the database to connect. Then db dot execute is the function where I will write an SQL statement select star from users. Okay, so this will fetch me all the users. So here I'll just name it as user underscore cursor is equal to like this. Okay, and on this particular variable user underscore cursor, I'm going to use the fetch all function like this, and I will say that I have fetched all the users. Okay, I fetched all the users, and please return me to all users.html page, and along with the current user I want to have a variable called as all users, and inside this one all users fetched from the database. Okay, that is what I'm going to store like this. Okay, and this page is going to show me all the users. Okay, so let me just copy this name because we will have to display these all users details in all users.html page. Okay, so now let's go to all users.html page. Okay, and here instead of saying users, okay, we will have to write one if else condition and a for loop to loop through all the users and display it on the screen as if we are showing it as a links. Okay, so here if I say just user one and all those things like that. Okay, now just after this horizontal line, okay, here question answers is not required. Okay, in h1 I will say like this that this is all users page, all users page. Okay, and after the horizontal line, let me first correct this one. Okay, here I'm going to say like this. Okay, using the same syntax. Like this, and I'm going to say like if there is a variable called as all users. Okay, if all users are there. Okay, and here you'll have to say yeah, I'm going to end the if condition. Okay, all users. Okay, this is the thing, and here we are going to display all the user information. Okay, so first let me just write a Jinja code very quickly and say all users. Okay, and I want to see the name of that particular user, so I have displayed it like this. Okay, if at all there are users, okay, we'll loop through each and every one of the users and we'll display their details like this inside the Jinja code. Okay, now in order to loop through all the users, okay, inside this if condition only, I'm going to use this syntax once again, okay, to write a for loop. So I will say for each user in all users. Okay, so this is going to be the for loop, okay, which we are going to end over here, end the for loop like this you have to write. And here instead of saying all users name, you have to say each user name. Okay, see each user variable and its name from the database, whatever we are fetching on the screen. Okay, so now let me just save this one. Okay, and this time whenever the user successfully logs in, okay, whenever the user successfully logs in, okay, you should get redirected to all users page. Okay, or you can create a link, separate link, and when you click on that link you can go to the separate all users page. Okay, so just like this register link. Okay, just before the logout link, let me copy this whole thing and put it over here, and let's make another link called as all users. All users. Okay, and here the function name is all users. Okay, let me just check it very quickly. I'll close this home dot login and register as well. So here we have app.py and all users is the router. So let me just copy that, and function name also we have kept it as all users. So let's go to show links and say all users. Okay, so this is going to be the method function call, okay, to go to the all users page. Okay, now let me just save it, and first of all let's check our website whether that link is successfully coming or not. Okay, so all users is there, and let's come to our website now. Sorry, let's come to our app.py file, and let me just close this one. Okay, so we have all users. Okay, and we are writing an SQL query like this to fetch all the people, and all the people, after fetching all users, will be sent to that particular page. Okay, now let me save it, let me refresh the page. Okay, and first let's click on the login button. Okay, so we'll get the login page, and here uh, as you can see, let me go to the database, and first let me show you the how many people are there. I think we have only one people right now, so select star from users. If I give, so it is going to say we have only one user, that is called as ecoders, and password is 1234, but we will be able to see the hashed password. So let me just log in with that credential itself. So vcoders, and password is 1234. Let's click on login button, and as you can see we have got the ecoders username getting displayed over here. And now if I click on the all users link, okay, you should be able to see the name of that particular person. Okay, just like this. Okay, so now, okay, along with the name of that particular person, I want to see the other details as well. Okay, like what is his designation, whether it's a teacher, he's an admin, or whatever the details which you have. Okay, that you can show here. See, right now we are showing only like what is the username, that's it. What is the username? So here what we can do is, okay, we can say name of that particular person. Okay, in that anchor tag itself only we can say name of that particular person is this one. Okay, and let's come outside. Okay, and you can say like designation of that particular person. I can use a separate Jinja code like this and say each user. Okay, like this. Okay, and let me just show you that HTML, sorry, the database table right now. Okay, if you say dot schema schema, okay, it will say how many columns you have made and what are all those columns. Okay, see, you have your password column, you have the teacher column, and you have your admin column. Okay, now whatever I want to say, see, the designation, whether it is a teacher or not. Okay, that I want to get it from this particular column that is called as teacher, and just like that. Okay, just like that I'm going to uh, I'll just simply put a comma over here so that we get a little bit of a difference. Okay, and then here the last value, whether he is the admin of this particular application. Okay, whether he is the admin, and that also, that detail also will display here. Okay, so each user in single quotes. Okay, I'm going to say whether he is the admin of that application or not. Okay, so boolean value, it is going to display something like this. Okay, so let me just save it, and let's go and check our website right now. Okay, so let's come here, let's refresh this, and as you can see, it is saying name is ecoders, designation, see, teacher. If he was a teacher, we would have got it as 1, and if he was admin, we would have got it this also as 1. Okay, and I don't think this is that much properly written. Okay, so let me just remove that comma from there. Okay, comma from there. So let me just remove it off like this. Okay, and what I'll do right now for this entire anchor tag is I'll put a border around that. Okay, I'll put a border around it and let's save it. Okay, it will look like a proper statement like this. Okay, so this is the details. Okay, so name is eCoders and designation is nothing right now. Okay, he's not the teacher and he's not the admin of this particular application. Okay, and this one let's add some padding, let's say 3 pixels on all the sides, and let's check it out. Okay, so this is the first detail which we have. Okay, and here let's add a little bit of margin of 1 pixel on all the sides. Okay, here we don't have to give point values. Okay, so this anchor tag, so okay, each anchor tag will have a margin of 1 pixels on all the 4 sides, so that's why we have give it as m-1. Okay, and this horizontal line, okay, margin bottom, let me keep it as 3. So mb means margin bottom. So let me just go back to the page and let's refresh. Okay, so I'm not seeing any kind of margin at the bottom getting applied to this one. So let me just remove it off from here, and here only let me say margin at the top. Okay, margin top, or instead of having this 1, let's increase this to 2. Let's save it and let's check it. Okay, let's refresh. Okay, no, it has just moved to the right side, that's it. Okay, or else what we can do is after this horizontal line, okay, we can simply add one break statement so that it breaks the line and give so one line of gap. Okay, that will be much easier to do. Okay, yeah, so this is what we are designing. Okay, padding is too much, I'll just remove the padding, let's say 2, and margin also let's make it as 1. So let me just go to the page and refresh. Okay, I think this should be perfectly done. Okay, so this is done. Okay, and now just to get rid of that underline, okay, just to get rid of that underline from the link, okay, what we can do is you can directly go to the bootstrap.com and say links. Okay, it will display all sorts of links, or you can simply say anchor tag. Okay, so these are the anchor tags, like no, it didn't come properly, so simply just type link, hit enter, or no, it is giving all those things like this itself, but instead of that, okay, type list. Okay, because in list only you will find a lot of anchor tags, class names which you can use. Okay, it's like a list of elements. So I'll say it like this. Let me copy the whole class name, list group item. Okay, so let me just copy this one, or I'll do one thing, I'll copy the whole entire division itself, because as a list elements I want all of them. Okay, so why not use like this kind of list group, so it can display properly. Okay, so here, okay, we have this kind, okay, ul, li and all those items, but I don't want a ul and li items. Okay, I'll have a division where we have these links, anchor tags. Okay, we have anchor tags like that. Okay, and let me just grab this one only, this one looks much better, so let me grab this. Okay, and copy, and let's go to our website. Okay, and instead of having just one link like this, okay, what I'm going to do, I'm going to have that particular division. Okay, first let me get rid of these extra white spaces. So we have this division, okay, which starts here and which ends over here, and just before or just after this break statement, okay, let me just copy this whole division which we have just copied, and let's get rid of all the other values. Okay, and here let me get rid of one second, uh, it says action and all those things disabled. I don't want this disabled one, so let me just remove it off. Okay, and I have the second, third, fourth link and all those things. Okay, and the current one, it says true and I don't want it as active, so let me just remove that one as well. Okay, so this one also I'll remove it off. Okay, so we have our links ready with us. Okay, so current item, I'll just remove that. Okay, I'll say the first link item, first link item, like this, and here. Okay, so we have 4 links right now. Okay, and now all you have to do is, okay, in place of this, okay, you will have to place these things. So let me just grab the class name very quickly and show you here. Okay, class name, whatever we have mentioned over here, along with that. Okay, these class names also I want. Okay, but here you don't have to mention the class once again because it's already added, and here I'm going to remove of this. Okay, and here for time being it's not going anywhere, so I'll just put it as hash symbol. Okay, and this division, okay, this division, let me just delete everything from this one, and this whole thing. Okay, this whole thing, let me cut it from here and paste it inside this particular division. Okay, so this is how our page will get designed, and let's save this one and let's see. Okay, now you don't have to use extra border and padding and all those things. So let me just remove all of these things. Okay, because we have used the inbuilt class names to create the list of elements which has anchor tags. So now let me go to our page and let's refresh, and you'll be able to see. Okay, so here the text, okay, the text I think is light, so that also I will remove. So the default text, let it come in black itself. So let me save it and let's refresh once again. Okay, so you'll be able to see the name of that person is e-coders, designation it says he's not a teacher, and admin it says 0, which means he's not even the admin of this particular application. Okay, now let me just register a few more people into this application, and we'll be able to see this page loading automatically whenever a new person comes. So let's go to the register page. Okay, next person I want to keep is Raj, and his password also I'll keep it as 1234 itself. So let's register. Okay, and now if I click on the all users page, okay, you'll be able to see 2 people. Okay, name is Raj, registration is 0, admin also 0. Okay, again let me register one more person. Let's say Angad. Okay, password again 1234, register all users, you'll be able to see that person as well. Okay, now again let's register. I'll keep it as Arjun, password 1234, register, and done. So you are able to see all the users getting shown to you on the screen. Okay, now let's come to our page, and these anchor tags. Okay, let's keep a little bit of margin at the bottom of 1 pixel, so that I'll see a little bit of gap between all the users. So let me just come to this page and let's refresh, and you'll be able to see a little bit of gap like this. Okay, 1 pixel is more than enough. Okay, now how to make okay, any of one of these people as admin of this particular application. Okay, see, as soon as I click on this person, okay, this background color should change to either orange or something, indicating that he is the admin of the person, admin of this application, and this value 0 which you are seeing, the boolean value 0 which you are seeing here, should automatically get converted to 1. Okay, so this will be the functionality which we are going to add in our application right now. Okay, so this is the odd users page, and we can click on any one of the user. Okay, and what it is going to do, it is going to make that particular person as the admin, change the background of this to either the same color or something, and this value as 1. So that is the next functionality which we are going to add. Or we can also do one feature that like if the designation, okay, but instead of saying only designation, you can just name it as a designation teacher. Okay, designation teacher, whether he is the teacher of that application or not. Okay, so let me just increase the space in between. Okay, like this. So we have our anchor tags. Okay, let's save it, and let's refresh the page like this. Okay, see, designation teacher, no, he's not, because here it says 0. So what I'll do is, now uh, here this teacher thing, okay, as soon as I click on that person's name, okay, the teacher thing to should get activated, and it should become 1. which means he is the teacher of that particular application, okay, where he can answer the questions, okay. And this whole thing, okay, this whole thing, first of all, I'll not have this functionality for admin, but what I will do is I'll go from the backend, okay, and I'll make this e-coders person. So let me just say select star from users, and this person e-coders, okay, is the one who will be the admin of this particular application, okay. So for that, what you need to do is you have to write an SQL query where you are going to first make him as the admin of this application, where the ID equal to 1, okay. So let's write the update query. So you will have to say update, okay, the table name is users, and you are going to set a new value for admin column, that is equal to 1, okay. So we are going to set the admin value as 1, okay, where, okay, where ID is equal to 1, okay, like this, semicolon, and hit enter, okay. And those values would have got updated. So let me just say select star from users, okay. And as you can see here, now the admin column, it says 1, okay. So e-coders person whose password is 1234 is now the admin of that particular application, and he's still not the teacher, okay. He's still not the teacher, okay. Now let me just save this one, okay. And now let's come back to our website and let's refresh this page, okay. See, as soon as I refresh this page, this admin value got changed to 1, okay. Now the other feature I want is if I click on any of these names directly from this website, okay, this designation t-shirt should change into 1, and even the background of this list should change to some other different color, okay. So that is the next function which we are going to create, okay. So let's come to app.py and let us create a route to promote. So route, put forward slash and say promote, okay. We are going to promote that person to a teacher, so still he is not the teacher of this application. So I'm going to say make a function called as promote, like this, okay. And whom we are promoting is the person's ID, using that person's ID. See, here we have the ID of 1 2 3 4, like that, okay. So whenever I click on the first person or second person, it's his ID should go, okay. His ID should go to this promote function, and that ID value, okay, should get promoted. So here what you have to do, you have to just put a forward slash once again, use the square brackets like this, and you are going to say some integer value is going to come, okay, and that is going to be the ID of that particular person. So that particular ID we are going to capture inside this function like this, okay. And then we have to say that here whenever we are passing some parameters through link, okay, then the method, okay, then the methods, okay, methods allowed, I will keep it as both post as well as get, okay. So one is post, okay, as well as get, okay. But you have to note that whenever you are passing any parameters from link, okay, it is going to be the get method only, okay. It is not going to be the post. Post method is used only for the forms, whenever you are filling some details from the form, okay. So here you just have to say like an if condition saying that, and the promote page also, first you do one thing, the user is there now, you say get current user, and you can get that current user also, and this finally you are going to return 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 render underscore template, okay. You are going to get this page itself, so all users dot html page only you are going to get, and you are going to pass that current user variable also, okay. So this is going to be the code right now, okay. Then now here in the if condition you have to say if the request dot method, okay, if it is equal to get, okay, then what we need to do, okay, then we need to get connected to the database. So I'll create a variable called as db, and I will say get the database which we are connecting to, okay. And then using the db value, okay, we are going to execute, okay, an SQL query to update the values of that particular person, okay, using this particular ID, okay. So here you just have to say update the users table, and set a new value for the teacher column as 1, okay. And you have to say the where condition, where id is equal to the question mark. Okay, and this question mark is the id value which we are going to get it from here. Okay, and now after doing that, okay, you just have to say db.commit, okay, to make the changes permanent, and then re-navigate to that particular page itself. Okay, so here you'll have to say return redirect, okay, which will use the url underscore for function to navigate to this particular page itself. Okay, so here the function which we are going to use in order to come to this all users page itself is all users only. Okay, all users, like this. So let's save it and let's check whether our application works properly or not. Okay, uh, so let's go to the website. Let's refresh the page. Okay, it is taking a little bit of time. Okay, maybe we have done some kind of a mistake, so let's go here and it will say, okay, the development server has stopped it saying. Okay, here it says, okay, written template, okay, line number 34. Okay, I think we have done some kind of a mistake in line number 34. Okay, environment, it says production server and all those things. Okay, let me come here. Okay, see at line number 87 we have made some kind of a mistake. Okay, so it says here, okay, we have like I think some kind of a route, okay, or indentation problem, I guess. Okay, here I think we have created the promote function, okay, which renders us the all users page. Okay, at line number 87 it is saying, okay, 87. Okay, if the request dot method is equal to get. Okay, so let me rectify what the error is. Okay, expected an indent block. Okay, it says indentation error. Okay, at line number 87 it says. Okay, so let me just grab this very quickly. Okay, so first let me go to all users.html page. Okay, see this is that href, and here first let me just use the Jinja syntax and the URL for function to go to that particular page. Okay, I'll come back to this code once, but first let us rectify that error. Okay, so line number 87 it says we have some kind of an indentation problem. Okay, so we have uh, the user variable, then we have the if condition. Okay, and I think everything is fine. Okay, so let me just come here and see. Okay, I guess I think it is fine, but I don't know why we are getting the indentation error. Okay, indentation seems to be working perfectly fine. So let me save the file and let me try to rerun the application. Okay, yeah, I guess the file was not saved or something, so that's why we were getting that error. Okay, so now there is no indentation error or anything. Okay, see guys, now we have added the promoter code, so the designated teacher should become one way on whichever ID I'm going to click. So let me just click on the second one, Raj, and make him the okay. See why it is not happening is because as I mentioned, in all users page I will have to trigger that promote function, okay, using the href, and we have to pass the id of that particular person we are clicking over here. We have not mentioned that code itself, so it's not going to work properly. So let's add that code here as the href. Okay, for this you will have to use the same Jinja syntax once again. Okay, and the first thing what you are going to do is you are going to use the url underscore for function. Okay, in this function you are going to mention, okay, that which function needs to be getting triggered and what needs to go inside when that promote function is being called. So first of all, in single quotes I'm going to say the function name is promote, which promotes the user. Okay, and you're going to take the id of that particular person to this particular page. So I'll just create a variable called as id, and here you have this each user, right, this variable. Okay, so let me just grab that name and paste it over here. and this each users you are going to pass the ID of that. Okay, so this is how you are going to pass variables inside that particular promote function through a link. Okay, and whenever we are passing something through a link to activate that particular function, okay, its method is going to be post. Okay, so we have successfully created a code which promotes the user. So let me just refresh this code. Okay, and now when I click on this, okay, this Raj person's ID is 2 and this guy will get promoted as teacher, and here we'll be able to see as 1. Okay, so now let me just click on this. So as you are seeing, this person Raj has been is the teacher of this particular application. Okay, same way I'm going to make this Arjun also as a teacher. Let me click on that, and as you can see, we are getting those properties back. Okay, not properties back, we are getting this property as a teacher right now. Okay, the person ecoder is the admin, he is not the teacher of the application, and the Angad is also not the teacher, not the admin of this application. Okay, now only thing left for us to do is, so whenever somebody gets promoted as a teacher, his this background of that particular list or the anchor tag, okay, should change into some kind of a different color indicating that he is the teacher of that application. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to come over here. Okay, and see guys, if all of these users are okay, which you are trying to print all the details of that particular user, okay, if it is here, when you are looping through each and every person like this, okay, and you can just have one more if condition saying that if at all, if he is the teacher, okay, if this each user, okay, if he is a teacher, okay, then let's have a different class name for that. Okay, saying that if at all, if he's a teacher, then add a class name called as some class name which we have mentioned. Okay, so first what I'll do is I'll go to that home.css. Okay, let's go home.css, and here I'll simply say dot link color. Okay, link color. Okay, and link color also will let's try to make it as orange itself. So let me grab and paste it over here. Okay, see this class name. Okay, this class name should get added to that particular person only if he is the teacher of that application. Okay, so all you have to do is you just have to add, okay, one if else condition saying that if he is a teacher, then add the class names to this class names which are already present over here, like this. Okay, so let's add that functionality right now. So let's do one thing. Let's make this come here at the bottom. Okay, so that you can see the entire code properly like this. Okay, now here I need to add one more class name. Okay, and if at all he is teacher, then only that class name should get added. So what you have to do is you just have to use that same syntax once again like this and write an if condition, and here you will have to mention that you are ending that if statement over here. Okay, so here we are going to start the if condition, and here we are going to start the end the if condition. So end if like this, and inside this one, okay, inside this one we will mention that we should have a class name only if this condition gets satisfied. Okay, and here you are going to mention that each user, okay, each user is there, right? There is a column called as teacher for each user, and if it's equal to 1, okay, see if it is equal to 1, then only we'll give some kind of a class name in between. Okay, in between, called as, okay, you can give this class name which we have just created in home.css, that link color. Okay, link color is the class name. Okay, so let me just grab that name very quickly. Okay, that dot is also getting copied, but we can remove it off later. Okay, so let's put it here in between. Okay, so I don't think that got copied. Okay, so so we have successfully added like this. Okay, so if at all, okay, if at all that each user which you are fetching from the database, okay, and if he is a teacher, means his status is equal to 1, means then we will add a class name called as link color, and we are going to end the if statement, something like this. Okay, so now let me save this one and let's check whether it is perfectly working properly or not. Okay, so whoever is teacher right now, okay, the background color also should become something of an orange color. So let me refresh. So as you can see, we are getting an orange color like this. Okay, now I'll just promote this person to a teacher, and the background automatically should change to orange color. So let me just click on that. So as you can see, so right now we have 3 teachers in our application, and this person is not the teacher of that application. Okay, now let me just go back, and I'll change the status of all the teachers to 0 once again. So I'll say update users, set admin equal to 1, where id equal to 1 I was typing, right? So you just have to say like this. Okay, set update users, okay, set teacher, okay, set the teacher status to 0 once again. Okay, if you say like this, it will update all the people in the users table. Okay, so let me just hit enter, and let me say select start from users. Okay, so as you can see, now everybody is having the status of teachers as 0. Okay, now let me just refresh this, and you'll be seeing none of them are teachers anymore. Okay, so we have added that functionality as well, where you can upgrade or promote any one particular person to the teacher of this particular application. Okay, so I guess till this stage we have just covered up all the registration, login, and all those things, and how to update any user, normal user, from being a non-teacher to a teacher status. Okay, just by clicking on this particular list items. Okay, the next stage will be to have the actual question and answer of this particular app. So for that, first let us go to our database, and let's create a separate table for having question and answers stored in the database. So for that, what I'll do is I'll create a separate table called as questions. Okay, let me just keep it as questions. Okay, and in that I'm going to have an ID for each and every questions asked. So it is going to be an integer type of data, and this is going to be the primary key of this particular table. So let me put it as primary key, and then auto increment. So this is the first column. Okay, then we want the question text. Okay, that is also going to be the text, and I'll set it to not null value. Then answer text, that is going to be answer answer underscore text is going to be the third column of this particular table, and that is also is going to be a text value like this. Now it will be asked by some kind of a person. Okay, so I'll say asked underscore by underscore id. Okay, so this is going to be the person who is asking the question, his id, and that is going to be an integer value, and I'm going to make it as not null like this. Okay, now we have our teacher who is answering these questions. So teacher underscore id, so I'm going to keep it as integer value for this one as well, and not null will be the constraint for this. Okay, so we have so many tables, and sorry, we have 2 tables and so many columns inside these 2 tables. So let me put a semicolon at the last and hit enter, and we have our questions table also ready. So if I say select star from questions right now, okay, we are going to not see anything because we have not entered any kind of questions or answers inside this particular table. Okay, but if I say dot tables, you will be able to see both the tables ready with us. One is the questions table, one is the users table. So one by one we are going to code that section also in our app right now. But before developing the question and answer section, okay, here first let me log in as admin once again. So admin is ecoders, and his password is 1234. Now when I click on the login button, okay, so here we are able to see the person who is logged in, and here he will be able to see all the code. Okay, but now he's also seeing the login and register button as well. Even if he is logged in, okay, he should see only logout button. Okay, and after when you have logged out, okay, then only that logout button should disappear, and only these 2 buttons should get shown to that particular person. Okay, so this is how your next stage of this application is going to work. So let me just come back to the code, and you have this show links page. Let me just get rid of this. Okay, and this is also not required. Let me just increase the screen size a bit. Okay, so see here we have a macro saying that show links. Okay, whenever the user variable has come inside this particular function. Okay, now all you need to do is you need to create, okay, you need to create an if else condition saying that if at all the user is not logged in, okay, then only he should be able to either register himself or he has to be login himself. Okay, so here is where you're going to write an if condition. Okay, let me just put those syntax once again. Say if not user, okay, if the user is not logged in, okay, then only we need to show these two variables like this. That is only the login page and the register link. So here I'm going to end the if condition as well, like this. And as soon as there is a user, okay, if there is an user, then only, means if there is a user logged in, then only he should get the logout button. Okay, so here is where again I'm going to put that same syntax of Flask, saying that if the user is there, okay, if the user is logged in, then only we'll get the logout functionality link at the top. So here also, and I'm going to say end the if condition. So let me just save this one. Okay, let's go to our app, let's refresh it. Okay, see guys, as soon as I did this, okay, I was logged in as the encoders. Okay, login and logout registration links have been gone. Okay, now when I log out, okay, you are saying login and register link is present, but the logout button is gone. Okay, so first I'll have to log in. Let's log in as some other user. Let's say I think Raj is there. Password 1234. Okay, login. Okay, I don't think we have any person called as Raj. Let me check from the database. Yeah, we have. Okay, we have Angad, we have Arjun, we have encoders. So why didn't it work? Okay, maybe I have typed the username or password something wrong. RAJ and 1234 is the password. Yes, sir. Okay, so when Raj has logged in, okay, the login and the register, both the buttons are gone. Only the logout button is come. Okay, now when I click on the logout button, okay, we will re-navigate to this user page, that is the home page, and only login, register, and all users page. Okay, and now what I'm going to do is this all users page. Okay, only user should be able to sorry, only the admin should be able to access this link whenever admin logs in. All the other users cannot see this page, because if anybody goes to that user page, okay, even if they are not logged in, okay, anybody can click on this link, go and change the status of any person. So we should not allow that to happen. Okay, so for that, what you need to do is here, this all users page. Okay, here also you are going to write an if else condition. Okay, I think I have entered the if condition here for the previous link. Okay, for this all users link, you can write an if condition stating that if at all there is a user and if he is an admin, then only we need to see this link, or else we don't have to see this link at all. Okay, so let me write that Flask if condition once again like this. If there is a user, okay, and the user status, okay, if the user status like this admin, okay, if it is equal to 1, okay, then only we need to see this particular person or this particular link. Okay, and here we are going to end the if condition like this, end the if condition. So let me just save this one. Let me go back to our site. Okay, and first let's refresh this page. Okay, now first let me just log in as e-coders. Let's click on 1234, that is a password, and let's click on the login button. And as you can see, only e-coders is the admin of the application and he is able to see the all users page. Okay, and when I click on the logout button, okay, even that is also gone. Okay, so now let's log in using a different username. Okay, that is RAAJ Raj, and password is 1234. Please note that Raj is not the admin of this application and he should not get all users link when we click on the login button. So let's click on the login button. So as you can see, we have got only the logout button and the home page, and we are not seeing all users link anymore for this person Raj. Okay, so this is how you have taken care of the login logout features and the user authentication for each and every page like that. Okay, so we have successfully covered that topic. Now for the next stage is who is going to ask the question and who is going to answer the question, and based on whom they have asked the question, they will be able to see those questions here on the screen. So For the question and answer section, so first let's create links for those things and the appropriate route and functions for those things. Okay, so first of all, let us come to our Visual Studio Code. Okay, let me just make this code a little bit smaller. Okay, so we have our login page, register page, all users page, and the logout button. Okay, just like this, I want two more links. Okay, I want two more links, so let me just grab this very quickly and paste it over here. Okay, and I'll say these things as one for asking the question, so ask questions. Okay, and then the next one will be to answer the question, so answer answer questions. So we have two links. Okay, so for this the route I'm going to have will be like ask question, ask questions, and here we are going to say answer questions. Okay, so we'll be having two links like this, and these are the functions which we need to create inside the app.py file. So let me just go to app.py file, and just like how we have all users, uh, promote, and all those functions, okay, we need to create two more functions, one to ask the question and one to answer the questions. Okay, so let me say app.route to ask the question is ask questions. Okay, and you need to create a same function ask questions, and it is going to return you an HTML template. So I'm going to use render template. Okay, ask questions dot html. Okay, so we have our function template ready for that. So just like that, we will have a route to answer the questions. So nswr answer questions, and we need to create a function called as nswr answer questions, which is going to return you retur and return render template. So we are going to create HTML page called as answer questions dot html. So our template is ready like this. Okay, now let's copy this name, go to our file structure, and in the templates folder, let's create a new file called as askquestions.html. Okay, and then just like this, we need to have answer questions.html. So let me come here, grab that name, file, answer questions.html, and hit enter. Okay, but make sure that in show links you have given the same ask questions and answer questions, okay, function name properly, like what we have mentioned over here. So this is the function name. Okay, so I think that's probably correct. Okay, let me just save this file, and let's go to the app.py file, and just like this. Okay, what I'm going to do, the same user variable, I'm going to say I want to get it from the get current user function, and that user is going to get sent to this answer question page as well, the question asked page. Okay, so let me just grab those things and let's do it very fast. Okay, get current user from the database who is using this application, and that variable also will send it like this. Okay, so those two functions are ready, which will give us these two HTML templates. So let's go to ask questions template, and let's grab any one of these, a login page or something, and let's copy the whole thing, control A, copy it, and let's say ask questions and paste it over here. Okay, now all you need to do is, okay, all you need to do is uh, first of all change the heading. Let's say ask a question, ask a question. Okay, ask a question to anyone who is answering, and this error statement we are not sending, so let me get rid of that. Okay, and then here form. Okay, in this form we need to have a text area where they can enter their questions. Okay, so let me go to the Bootstrap page, and let me grab one text area. Okay, so let me come here and say text area, and we have something like this. Okay, so I think this should be more than enough. And label it says comments. Okay, I think this should be fine. Okay, so let me grab that. Let's copy it, or we can also have like this a bigger, wider. Okay, but I think this should do it. This should do it. Okay, I will get this itself. Let's copy, and let's come to our code, and instead of having this division, okay, where we were asking for the username, okay, I'm just going to replace this with a text area. Okay, and here I will say enter your question here, enter your question here, like this. Okay, and I think leave a comment here and all those things. Placeholder is not required, I guess. Okay, label for the floating text area. Okay, here let me just change this to, okay, enter your question here. So I think this should be very well and fine. Okay, and the next division is this one, where we are asking for the password of that particular person. Okay, so that also is not required, because we are not going to ask for any kind of password when he is asking the question. Okay, but whoever is asking the question, he should have an ability to ask any one of the teachers from a list which is going to get shown here. Okay, which is going to get shown here. So instead of this division, okay, I'm going to delete it off. Okay, I'm going to delete this one, and let's grab one drop down button. Okay, so I'm going to say drop down. Okay, we have some drop downs over here. Okay, and say it will have list of elements like this. Okay, which if you click like this, those will be the options. But we'll have a very simple kind of a drop down. Okay, and let's say we grab this. Okay, this is the anchor tag like this. Or like a menu button, or let's say uh, we have some input fields as well. Okay, input groups are there. Okay, there also we can have some kind of a drop down. So let me just check out really fast. Yes, here. Okay, here we can display their names of whoever the teacher is, and from the drop down they can select any one of those teachers. Okay, so we can have some elements like this. Okay, so let's grab the second one I think is much better. So this will be the input field for that. Okay, so this is the whole division, I guess. Let me grab this one. Let's go to our Visual Studio Code, and here and one more small change let's make is uh, we can have some kind of an option like this, saying that whether he is a teacher or not. Okay, teacher, and here his name will come, and from the drop down I think this is much better than the previous one. So let me just grab this one very fast. Okay, let's come to our Visual Studio Code, and here, okay, in place of this one password, I'm going to place this one, and here I will say whether he is the teacher. Okay, so let me say TACHER, he is the teacher, and you have to choose from any one of the teachers. So the selected option, okay, first is going to be any one kind of a person. Okay, simply I'll just name it as Raj. Okay, and here let's say we have Angad, here we have Arjun. Okay, and I think this Raj person also, I'll keep it here as a third teacher. Okay, but the selected option, let it be Raj. Okay, so we'll make him like this, and this login button, let's make it as submit button. Okay, let's make it as a submit button, and we have made it in green color. Okay, so let's save this one, and let's go to that particular page right now, and let's check what exactly we are getting to see on the screen. Okay, so first what I'll do, I'll just come here, refresh my page. Okay, and here we'll get those links and ask a question. Okay, so we have it very beautiful text over here. Okay, and this text is in white color. Okay, we'll change it to that, and we have this teacher. Okay, we have this teacher link, and it says Raj is the teacher, that is the selected teacher, and they can select any one of those teachers from this one. Okay, but now we need to redesign this page a little bit so that it looks a little bit proper. Okay, and let me come to our Visual Studio Code very fast. And first of all, what I'm going to say is both of these divisions should have a little bit of margin at the bottom. So here, this division also, I'll say margin bottom, uh, let's say 2 is enough. Okay, 2 is enough. Let's save it and let's check, refresh. Okay, and as you can see, we have got a little bit of gap over there. Okay, and just like this also, for this division we have a margin bottom 3. Okay, and let's make this also as 3. Okay, and the text, okay, the text which is we are seeing on the screen. Okay, the text area, the placeholder and all those things are coming in white color. So let's add text hyphen dark. Okay, we'll get it in a dark area like this. Okay, so I think everything should be fine, well and good, and I think that's it. Okay, I think that's it. Let's save it and let's check our page, HTML page. Okay, so no, we are not getting that. Okay, and let's come here and add one more class name to this. Class equal to text hyphen dark. Let's save it and let's check the page right now. Okay, so yes, enter your question. Here it says, so when I click on this, it will reappear, go like this, and here you can type, where can I learn about Flask framework? So this is like how they can enter the question. Okay, and from here they have to select any one of the teachers and then click on the submit button. Okay, so this is how this application is going to work. Okay, now let's refresh this page. Okay, so these are the default values, selected values, and let's come here, and now all you need to do is have a name property for this text area as well as for this particular drop down. Okay, so now let's come here, okay, in the text area, and give a name property for this. Name equal to question, uh, you can say name equal to question. Okay, you can say it as name equal to question text. Okay, so I'll name it as question text. Okay, and for this one, okay, for the select thing also we can have a name. So name equal to teacher, TACHER. Okay, so we have named both of them like this. So let me just save this. Okay, and this form, okay, this form is going to get selected, okay, as the ask question method. Okay, and since we are posting some questions, the method is going to be post. Okay, and we have a submit button and everything, okay, ready with us right now. So ask questions is done. Now this is how the person is going to ask the question. Okay, but how to answer these questions, will have a separate template for that. Okay, so answer question template is here. So let me grab everything from ask a question template itself, copy it and paste it inside the ask question template. Okay, and since here the person who has been asked question will be able to see his question, so there is no need of these drop downs anymore. Okay, and here he will answer the question. Okay, so he is going to answer the question. Okay, and for that here what I'll do is NSWER, answer question. Okay, that is the page name, and then we will have a horizontal line just below that. Okay, and here it is not going to be ask a question, here it is going to be answer questions. Okay, so that is going to be the link which it is go to, and here let me just correct this one, it is not ask a question, it is ask questions. Okay, I do remember that we have made it like ask questions and answer questions. Okay, so it's like this. Okay, so this is the page where the person gets to ask the question. Okay, and here is where the person answers the question. Okay, so here enter your answer here. Okay, it's not asking anymore, it's answering. Okay, and the name variable also I'll change it to answer text, answer underscore text. Okay, so I think we have both the pages ready with us. Okay, let's just go to our HTML page and let's refresh the page. Okay, and here we have ask question and here we have answer question. Okay, so here whoever has got the any unanswered question, he can come here and say you can learn Flask framework from e-coders. Okay, best teachers. Okay, like this. Okay, anywhere or anything they can type and click on submit button. Okay, so I think we are done with our pages. Okay, and only thing left for us to do is like ask the question. Okay, then answer the question. Okay, so these also will be for the particular user. Okay, now login page, home page, all those things are ready with us. So now let's go to our Visual Studio Code and start coding for those answering and asking questions. So first, before heading to those answer and question section, okay, what you need to do is you need to make sure that show links .html page has a correct user authentication first to ask the question, and only the teacher should get to answer the questions. Not everyone should be able to answer the questions. So what you need to do is you need to have an if else condition for both of these links. So let me just add those if conditions over here. So if I say if first of all the user has to be logged in and the user whoever is using this application, okay, if he is the admin, okay, we'll give access to the admin as well. Okay, see, admin should not be able to answer any questions. Okay, he should be able to ask the questions. So I'll say like if at all he is not the admin, okay, then also he can ask the question. And then like if the user, okay, if he's the teacher, okay, so let me just grab this and let's make it here like teacher. Okay, and he should not be the teacher of that particular app. Okay, so if these three conditions satisfies, then he is able to ask the question. So first of all, he has to be logged in. Okay, and he should not be the admin of this application, and he should not be the teacher of this particular app. Okay, so here only we are going to end the if condition. Okay, so end the if condition like this. Okay, now who gets to answer this question? Okay, so this is the link to answer the question. So now let's come here and write the same syntax once again using the same modulus like this, like if first of all the user has to be logged in. Okay, that is the first condition, and the next condition, this user, okay, this user should be the teacher of the application. So TACHER, we have the teacher column in the database, and that we will set it as 1. Okay, and then only him, okay, if he is logged in and if he is a teacher of that particular application, then only he gets to see this particular link. So let me come here and say like this end this if condition as well. So let me just save this, and we have taken care of those two user authentications as well. So now let's come to the ask questions format. Okay, so let me just come to the ask questions page like this. Let me say ask questions. Okay, you are going to get a question over here and you can ask the question. First of all, let me just refresh the page. Okay, now here we need to see all the names come uh, dynamically from the website database itself. Okay, not from hard-coded text like this. So what I need to do is you just have to come to your Visual Studio Code. Let's come to app.py and come to ask questions route over here. And then first of all, what you need to do is you need to create okay, you need to create the database variable. So let me just create get database is the function. Okay, and from the database you are going to fetch all the teachers first. So here let me say teacher, just let me say db.execut. Okay, and I want all the teachers. Okay, db.execute, I will write a select statement saying that select, okay, star everything from the users table. Okay, where, okay, where teacher, we have a teacher column is equal to 1. Okay, so when all the teachers are there, we will fetch all of them. Star means all the teachers are. So here let me just say teacher underscore cursor. Okay, teacher cursor will get me that variable, and on this teacher cursor, if I say um, let me write that teacher cursor dot, I have to use the fetch all function, okay, of the SQLite 3, and we're going to store it like all teachers. Okay, all TACHERS, teachers is equal to like this, and those teachers will get sent to ask a question page. Okay, so let me just create a variable like this, all teachers is equal to, okay, and this variable name we have to pass over to the right side over here. Okay, and one by one we can display all the teachers in that drop down list which we are seeing on the screen. Okay, so this is what we have done here in this SQL query. Now let me go to this ask question.html page. Okay, here, and here we have hard coded these options to display all the teachers from that application. Okay, so first of all, let me say teachers are there. So first what I need to do is let's get rid of these three options over here. Okay, and we'll loop through all the teachers from the database itself. Okay, and we'll display them as options over here. Okay, so let me just use that syntax to write the for loop, and here we are going to end the for loop like this. So like this, let me say end for loop like this, and here let's write the for loop. So I'll say for teacher, TACHER, teacher in all teachers. Okay, because all teachers is the variable which we are getting passed. See here, this is the variable, so I'm going to loop through all the teachers inside this all teachers. So let me write that variable name over here like this. Okay, and now instead of writing like this, okay, instead of writing this name, I can use the Jinja syntax, and here I can display that each teacher's name. So this teacher variable which we have looping through this variable on the left side, that we have to write here, and we have that name column from the database that we have to write it here like this. So all the teachers name will get assigned like this. Okay, and here for the value, okay, for the value I'm going to keep that expert's ID in just Jinja syntax of Flask. So this teacher's ID, so let's grab this name only just like this itself and put it here in between these two, and here instead of name you just change this to the ID of that particular teacher. Okay, so this is going to be the value for that particular person. Okay, and here instead of saying teacher, you can say select like this, select teacher, you can say it something like this. Okay, and here in this one, instead of having this label here at the bottom, okay, you can say something like this. This label you can make it come just before the text area, and if you want, just after the text area we can have a span tag or something which says ask away or something like that. So let me just create a span tag and say like this, ask away, something like this. Okay, and here let me add some class name. Okay, class equal to, we have a Bootstrap class name called as help uh, hyphen block. Okay, like a block level element. So let me save this one and let's check out our website. Okay, so this is where we ask the question. Let's, okay, so here we are getting to see, okay, select teacher, and right now we don't have any teachers in our application. So let me just go to the backend screen and show you from the backend. If I say select star from teachers, sorry, select star from users, semicolon, and as you can see none of them are teachers now. Okay, all of them are 000 values it is saying. Okay, so let us promote any one of the person, okay, to teachers, and that teacher name will automatically appear over here. Okay, so now first you will have to log in as admin, so ECODERS, okay, because only admin has the authority to make anybody as teachers. So let me get, okay, so we have ecoders, okay, and he will get the all users page. So let me just click on the all users page, and let's make this person Raj as a teacher just by clicking on this link, okay, and this person Arjun. Okay, so we have two teachers in our application right now. And now let's come to uh, the logout link. Okay, I'll click on logout. Okay, now let us click on login, because here in our application, okay, as you can see in show links.html page, okay, I've said who and all can ask the question. Okay, ask question links is available like if the person is logged in, okay, and if he's not the admin of this application, and he should not be the teacher of the application. Okay, see, now as I was logged in as admin e-coders, I was not getting this link to see on the screen. Okay, now he should not be the teacher, which means I cannot log in right now. Okay, I cannot log in as the teacher of this application or admin of the application. So let me just simply say select star from users semicolon, and now wherever this one is there, okay, see, I cannot log in as e-coders or Raj or Arjun to ask the question. I'm having only one option, that is this person called as Angad, who is not the admin of the application and who is not even the teacher of this application. Okay, so now let's see. I'll say Angad is the user who gets to ask the question. So his password is 1234. Let's click on login, and as you can see, he got the ask a question link. So when he clicks on that, and he can enter his question, and then he can ask either Raj or Arjun to answer that question. Okay, so here we have successfully designed our page like this. Okay, so now all we need to do is we need to enter some question, select any one of these teachers and hit on the submit button, and that question will get stored, and only whoever is selected here, he will be able to see that question to answer it. Okay, so this is the next stage of this particular application. So for this section to work, okay, so for this section to work, okay, so enter a question here. Okay, this uh, it has come as label, right? So first let's get rid of that ask questions.html. Okay, and let me make this label come here at the bottom itself. Okay, so that's going to be here like this. Okay, and inside that div, okay, let me add one small h5 tag or something like this. Okay, question, and let me just refresh the page and let's see. Okay, ask questions. Okay, it is going outside, so I think this is not required only then. Okay, let's save it, let's go to the page and let's refresh. Okay, so this should be fine. So when I click on here, we can enter, and that text goes a little bit towards the top, and here we can ask the question to any one of the teachers of this particular application. So let me just close this one, and now let's come to that code, and let's go to that ask questions uh, function. Okay, so here is the function ask questions, and since they will be asking questions from the HTML page, so first make sure that you have given the names properly. So name, instead of saying question text, why not just change it to question itself. Okay, and for the select option also, the name is teachers. Okay, that is fine. Okay, so the name of this is question, the name of this option tag is teachers. Okay, teacher, sorry. Okay, now let's come to app.py, and here let us check the method is post. Okay, so let's come to app.py, and here ask a question. Okay, ask question is there. So first of all, let's add that method variable. Methods allowed in this is post as well as get. So let me just say here get. Okay, and first thing what you need to do is you have to ask whether, okay, the method is post or get, and depending on those things you are going to store those information here. So now here after line number 77, not here, ask question is there, right? Select teachers. Okay, select teachers is there, right? Okay, just before this one. Okay, just before this one. Okay, let me say like an if condition stating that if the request method thod method is it if equal to post means if they are posting any questions, okay, then first you what you need to do is you need to store that question from the request form. Okay, request dot form. Okay, so whatever name we have kept is question, and then similarly whatever the teacher, okay, whoever the teacher is, okay, that name will come here from the form where they have named it as teacher. It's a teacher. Okay, so we have two things which we need to enter inside the database table. Okay, now here, since you have already connected to the database, okay, you just need to write one SQL statement here inside this if condition saying that db.execute that you are going to insert into the questions table. Okay, let me just confirm the table name properly once. Okay, so here if I say dot tables, hit enter, it will say questions is one of the tables and users is one of the tables. Okay, now just you are going to say insert into questions table. Okay, and here we have to mention all the column names where we want to enter, and here we have to mention all the values which we want to enter. Okay, one by one, that's it. Okay, and then here inside a square list we are going to mention all the question marks which we are going to put inside the values. Okay, so first of all, okay, let me just to show you the schema very quickly for the questions table. Okay, see if I say like dot schema schema. Okay, so it is going to give you the table structures and all those things. Like in the question table you have id which is auto increment, so you don't have to give, you have to give it as a question text, that is one of the columns, and you have to say answer text also. Okay, answer text you can leave empty. Okay, we are not going to answer it now. So next we have the asked by id and the teacher id. Okay, so these are all the values, okay, which you can enter. Okay, but not the answer text as if right now. Okay, so let me just come back to my code here, and here you will have to enter one is the question underscore text. So this is one of the columns, and here asked underscore by id, that is one of the other columns, and then the teacher underscore id. Okay, so these are the values, and sorry, these are the columns, and then the three question marks which we are going to put over here, and here you are going to define what is the first two question marks. Okay, so first of all, this question. Okay, so this is the question. Okay, so that is a question text column. Okay, and then the teacher. Okay, the teacher id is also coming over here, so let me come here and say comma, and let's put this variable over here. Let me copy this and paste it over here. So that is going to be the second question mark. Okay, only one small correction is that this is asked by id. Okay, it is not the teacher. Okay, it is not the teacher id. Okay, so asked by id will be whoever the user has logged in. See, we have our user who is the current user of this application, and what we can do is here we can say this user's id you capture. Okay, this user's id will go inside this particular column table like this. Okay, so that is going to be the second question mark which we have mentioned over here. Okay, so first one is the question, and here the user who is asking the question, his id we have captured, and next is the teacher id. So the teacher name we have captured from the form itself, and that variable we have put it over here for the time being. Then finally, to make the changes permanent, you will have to commit this using the db.commit function, commit commit function. Okay, so once it is done, okay, you have successfully entered okay, and the question asked by that particular user and whom the teacher it was asked to. Okay, so this is how you are going to insert the question inside the database. So let me just get rid of all of these like this, and then let's be in the ask.html page itself. So right now I'm not writing any kind of comments whether the uh, question has been added to the database or not. Okay, we'll check from the backend, and then we'll come back to this code, and we'll check out later. Okay, so let's come here. Okay, let's refresh the page. Okay, and first we'll have to log in. Okay, we'll have to log in as there is only one person who can ask a question, that is Angad. okay, from our application who has registered, and he is not the admin and he is not the teacher. Okay, and his password also we have kept it as 1234. Let's log in. Okay, see guys, only he will get to ask the questions. So ask question link has come only for Angad, and let's click on this and let's ask a question like hello, where can I learn Flask framework? Okay, like this, and he's going to select any one of those teachers, or let me keep it as Raj itself, and let me click on submit button. Okay, so we have been navigated to this particular page itself because we have not written any kind of code yet. Okay, so now from the back end, okay, let's check whether that question got added in the questions table or not. Okay, so I will say select star from questions and hit semicolon and hit enter. Okay, you'll be able to see, yes sir, we have first question, and this is that particular questions. Hello, where can I learn from Flask framework? And here it says 3 and 2. Okay, so this is the the user ID and the expert ID. Okay, expert ID whom they are asking the question to. Okay, so this is how you can enter. Okay, you can enter the questions inside the database, and here we have one empty value that is for the answering. Okay, so that we have kept it as empty, so that's why we are getting that as empty space right now. Okay, so this is how you're going to ask a question to that particular teacher of that particular application. So now we know how to add a question, okay, and then if at all they don't ask any questions, okay, and they will be here in the ask questions.html page itself, and if they ask a question, then what we will do is after inserting this into the database table, okay, we'll redirect them to the home page itself. So we'll come to know that a question has been successfully added inside the database. So here you can say a return statement which redirects. So I'll use the redirect function which uses the URL underscore for function, okay, to navigate to the index page. Okay, index page is nothing but the function's name, and it will take us to the home page of this particular application. Okay, and this is only when they ask and submit a question. Okay, and if at all they don't ask a question, it will go to the ask.html page itself and nothing will change. So let me just go back to our website. Okay, and let's ask a question to a different user. Okay, so like this, where can I learn Python advanced programming? Okay, and this time I want to select Raj, I guess. Okay, so let's click on submit. Okay, and it says none object is not subscriptable, it is saying. So at line number 1 we have made some kind of a error, okay, in this statement. Okay, so line 81, let me just go there and correct it off. Okay, so what is line 21? Okay, it is this one. Okay, and here I guess let's come back. Okay, so we were logged in as Angad, so let me just refresh. Let me just come back to this page. Let's refresh it. Okay, log in again as Angad. That's 1234 password login, and he will get the ask questions page. So let me say like this. Okay, where can I learn Python? Let's select the Raj thing and let's click on submit. Okay, so it has got selected perfectly. Now let's go to the backend and we should be having questions. Okay, so questions. Okay, so as you can see, we have got 2 questions right now. Okay, I think we had not logged in as Angad, so that's why we are getting that error. Okay, so right now we have 2 questions, ID1 and ID2. Okay, and both of them have been asked to Raj itself. Okay, so I think this functionality is working perfectly fine. So now that we have 2 questions, okay, which are unanswered. Okay, we have 2 questions which are unanswered. Okay, and they have been asked for a teacher called as Raj. Okay, we should have a page where they can see all the unanswered questions. Okay, and in the home page, okay, in the home page we should get all the unanswered questions. Okay, and whoever answers these questions, okay, it is going to disappear from the home page. Okay, so first of all, let us create the unanswered page. Okay, let's create the unanswered HTML page. So first, let me just see like how all users we have. Okay, we can create a separate function like this. Answered question page is there, ask question page is there. Okay, and let us copy this and let's create a function. Okay, unanswered questions. Okay, like that. uh, Unanswered red questions. Okay, and it should display all the unanswered questions on the page, so that a person will come to know that just by going into that page he will get all the unanswered questions. So let me just grab and paste his name over here, and let's create that page very quickly in the templates folder. So let's go to new file, create that HTML page like this, and hit enter. Okay, and just like answer we have, let's do one thing, like how we have created ask questions page. Okay, I think this format is well and good, so I'll just copy the whole thing. Okay, unanswered questions page, let's paste it. Okay, and show links will be like this only, and here I'll say all unanswered questions. Okay, this will be based on that particular person. Okay, so here instead of this form, because it's not going to have any kind of forms or anything where the user can submit some things. Okay, it will just be like a division which shows all the questions and it was asked by person. Okay, so let's get rid of this. Okay, this form is not required. Okay, so we have one division, okay, where we have an h1 tag, okay, which says it is showing all the questions. Okay, we'll have a horizontal line, and just after the horizontal line, okay, we can make a separate division which shows you all the question and answers. Okay, question and the person who they have asked. Okay, so let me just grab something like this. um, so let me come after this HR tag, and let's create a division. Okay, we'll have only one row, so I'll use a Bootstrap class name called as row, because I want only one row, that's it. And let's create a column wise. Okay, so I'll have one more division like this, and which will be having a class name called as a column, col hyphen, and on the large screen it should have only one column, so let's make it as lg12. Okay, and in this one, okay, I want a division which will show all the links for those questions. So a division will be there, okay, in which we'll be having a link, an anchor tag, okay, which will show all the questions as well as the answers, the person who has asked the question to. Okay, and this division, let me have a Bootstrap class name called as a list hyphen group, group. That is one of the class names in Bootstrap. Okay, and now here every anchor tag will have the href functionality. So let me just put hashed for time being, and for this class name I'll keep it as list hyphen group group hyphen item. Okay, this is going to be the first item in this particular thing. Okay, and inside this anchor tag, okay, inside this anchor tag, first of all, in h4 let us display the question. Okay, let us display the question. So let me just put it first, let me hard code it, and then we'll get those values from the database, and then we'll have a small paragraph tag just below it, and we will show the person who has asked this question. Okay, I'll simply say it like this: asked by. Okay, and here we'll display that particular person's name. Okay, so I'll simply name it as Angad for time being, and whatever the question he has asked, so I'll say simply like this: where can I learn Python? Okay, I'll just simply hard code it like this for time being. Okay, and I think this heading can be like highlighted as if it's a lists heading or something. So for that also we have Bootstrap class name. So first of all, I want to make it as a list of group items. So list hyphen group item hyphen item, and this is going to be the heading. Okay, so that's why it's like that. And for the paragraph, okay, that also is one of the list items. So list hyphen group, your OUP group hyphen item, and this is going to be just the text. So I'll simply name it as text part. That's it. Okay, and now let us save this one, and let's go to the unanswered question.html. Okay, but first you should have one function for that. Okay, so we have created that function and we have a route for going to that particular function. Okay, so now let me just save it, and let's we have not created any kind of links, I guess, yet. So let me just go to show links.html page, and who else gets to see this unanswered question? Okay, see, like this only. Let me grab this whole thing. Okay, ask question, answer questions, and all those things. Okay, and we should have one link called as unanswered. Okay, unanswered question. So let me just check unanswered, unanswered questions. Okay, and here also we will have to make a proper route for that. Okay, saying that unanswered. uh, Let me just close off all these things. Ask questions, answer questions. Okay, unanswered questions is here. So app.py. So let me grab that function name correctly and paste it here in show links. Okay, this is unanswered questions, and here. Okay, and we need to decide. Okay, only the teacher should be able to see those questions. So the user has to be a teacher. Okay, and even admin can see the questions. Okay, if the user is admin, and if the user is a teacher, then only they'll be able to see the questions. Okay, all the unanswered questions. Okay, like this, and the user has to be logged in, then only he will get to see those questions. So here we are going to end that if condition like that. Okay, so let me just save it. Okay, let me just save it, and let's go to our application. So first of all, the user is Angad. I will have to log out. Okay, because the other students cannot see the questions. Okay, so let me just log out. Okay, log in again as one of the teachers. Okay, let me go to the backend and check who and all are the teachers. So let me say select star from users, hit enter, and you'll be able to see that in the users table. Okay, in the users table, the third column is the teacher column. So this one. Okay, so we have Raj and we have Arjun. Okay, they are the teachers. So let's log in as Raj and check whether he can see all the unanswered questions or not. Okay, so Raj 1 2 3 4. Let's click on login, and okay, Raj has logged in. Okay, but we are not able to see. Okay, we have got the answer questions. Okay, answer question is here, so he can answer, but we are not seeing the unanswered link. So let me come back to the page. Okay, let me say unanswered link we have created, and see, okay, here one mistake I have done. So he doesn't have to be the admin and the teacher. Okay, so any one of them is fine. Okay, so he shouldn't be admin. Okay, that's what it means. But what I will do is he just has to log in and he has to be the teacher. That's it. Okay, we'll put a conditions like this. No need for admin and all those things. Okay, now let us come back and let's refresh. Okay, so as you can see, Raj is one of the teachers, and then he got the unanswered questions link. So now if I click on this, okay, so he got a question, okay, saying that, so where can I learn Python? And it was asked by Angad. Okay, see, Angad is only the one person who is not the teacher as well as not the admin of this particular application. So unanswered question is also done. Okay, now let's go to our code. Okay, so here in the unanswered questions, so here what we have done is we have hard coded that text right now. Okay, we have hard coded the text. Okay, but here what I'll do is I'll add one h5 instead of h4. Okay, and this paragraph tag also, what we can do is we can use a small text. Okay, we can use a small text for that. Okay, now in app.py file, okay, so this is that function, and here I will fetch all the questions from the database, and we will show it on the screen. Okay, and we'll loop through all the questions and we will display them in unanswered.html page for that particular teacher. Okay, so first what you are going to do, see, as soon as the function starts, I'm going to get the current user, and then we will connect to the database. So get the database like this by calling that particular function. Okay, now all you need to do is you need to fetch the questions from the database. So you have to execute one SQL query saying that, okay, fetch all the things from that questions table, and we can insert or show them in the HTML page. So let's come here and write that query. So I'll say select star from the questions table, okay, where answer underscore text is null. So because I want all the unanswered questions itself. Okay, and one more condition is that, okay, we should have that teacher's ID. Okay, THER teacher underscore ID equal to question mark. Okay, because the questions are only for that particular teacher. Okay, so that's why we have put the question mark over there. Okay, so this question, okay, the questions the teacher has logged in to see all his questions, so that is he's that particular user who is using the application right now. So his ID is going to be entered over here like this. Okay, so we are fetching the questions only for that particular person's ID. Okay, that teacher's ID who is the current user of this particular application. Okay, and then here you can have some kind of a cursor like a question underscore cursor like this, and you can use the fetch all function on the questions cursor, and you can show those variables as all questions is equal to like this. Okay, and when you are entering this template, okay, with along with the users, you can send all questions to that page like a variable and pass the all questions variables like this. That's it. Okay, now let me just save this one and let's go to unanswered.html page. Okay, and here, see guys, this is the entire link. You want the question and the person who has asked this question. Okay, so what you are going to do here, you are going to have the loop statement. Okay, and it will end the loop statement over here. Okay, like if you have a question, then only we can see all those questions. So here we are going to end the for loop. So here let me just put those for loop conditions saying that for question question in all questions like this. Okay, very quickly let me grab that all questions. Okay, so I'm not making any kind of spelling mistake. Okay, so this is how we are going to loop through each and every questions. Okay, and then here all you need to do that use the same Jinja code to display this question variables. Okay, so let me write it here like this, and use a square bracket. Okay, and in single quotes you have to mention the column name from the questions table. Okay, let me just do it one more time. See guys, here we have this questions table, and here we have a column name called as question text. Okay, so that is the name which you need to put over here, because that is the name which will get displayed on the screen like that. Okay, and say it was asked by. Okay, asked by will be the student who is asking this question. Okay, the student who is asking this question. Okay, so here just put the same Jinja code once again and say that question. Okay, use a square bracket again, and here you can see in the database that we have one table called as asked by ID. Okay, in the questions table itself, okay, we'll be having asked by ID. Okay, so let's grab that name and put it over here. like this. Okay, and let's uh, let's bring this one a little bit down so that we can see the code properly. Okay, for time being I'm just showing the ID of that particular person. Okay, I know that person is Angad, because he is the only one who is not a teacher and who is not the admin. Okay, so he gets to ask the question. So for time being we'll just show the ID of that particular person, and then later on we can change to display his name and everything. Okay, so let's come to our website. Okay, so here these are the hard coded text as of now, but if I refresh this, okay, I should get two questions and their ID. Okay, it says a none type object is not subscriptable. So here is where it says in line number 99 I have made some kind of a mistake, okay, in this line. Okay, so let's go and rectify that issue first. Okay, so let's come back to our code. Okay, okay, so we have unanswered questions like this. Okay, and let's refresh this. Okay, so okay, sorry, I will have to log in as teacher first, okay, to see the questions. Okay, so let me just log in as Raj and password 1234, hit enter. So I'll get the unanswered questions. If I click on that, okay, I'm getting this near unanswered text. It says operational syntax something. Okay, so let's go to that line number 99 and rectify this issue. So here is where I have done a spelling mistake saying that WEHRE. So I've made a spelling error. So let me go and rectify that issue very quickly in app.py line number 99 like this. Okay, so WHERE. So let me just correct that one. So let me just save this one. Let's go to our file back again. Let's refresh this page. Okay, and now it says object is not subscriptable, and it is still saying at line number 9 only we have made some kind of a mistake. Okay, so now let's go back and check what is the mistake over here. Okay, so let's come back to our code. So here let's come, let's save the file once again. Okay, let's come back to the page. Okay, so Raj is one of the teachers. So first let me just clarify that. Okay, see Raj, okay, he's one of the teachers. Yes sir. Okay, he's not the admin. Okay, and Arjun is also one of the teachers. Okay, he's not the admin. Yes sir, that is correct. So now let's come back to our Visual Studio Code, and here is where it says at line number 99 we have done some kind of a mistake. uh, Everything else looks fine over here. Select star from questions where answer is null. Okay, answer text is null, and the teacher is whoever the user is entering right now. Okay, maybe I need to refresh the page or something, I don't know. Let's refresh the page, and let's log in again as one of the teachers. Okay, so two teachers we have, Raj and Arjun, in our application. So first let me say Angad, sorry, Arjun is one of the teachers. So let me just check from the back end really fast why we are getting that error. Okay, so we have these four people. So Ecotus is the admin, Raj is one of the teachers. Yes, Raj is one of the teachers and whose ID is 2, and Arjun is one of the teachers, okay, whose ID is 4. Okay, so first I don't think we have chosen any question for Arjun, so we should not get displayed any questions on this unanswered page. So first let me just log in as Arjun. Let's click on login, and let's go to unanswered questions page, and yes, perfect. So he doesn't have any questions to answer. Now let's log out, and let's log in as the other teacher, who is Raj, whose ID is 2, and we have chosen two questions for Raj. So his password 1234, and let's click on login. Okay, so he'll get the unanswered questions page link. So let's click on this link, and yes, well, perfect. Okay, so we are getting the questions, as well as it was asked by uh, the person whose ID is 3. Okay, let me check who the ID is 3. That was Angad. Okay, 3 ID is belongs to Angad itself. So now what we need to do is, instead of saying like this Angad and all those things, okay, like saying 3, okay, we can say we can display that particular person's name itself over here. So now let us just update this 3 value from here. Okay, and instead of showing only ID, let's make it like showing the name of that particular person and that ID of that particular person. For that you will have to write this query, okay, by joining both the tables. So first of all, let me write the query like this. See, select star from questions. Okay, uh, I'm saying select everything from questions table. That is not required. And this times what I'll do is I'll specifically mention that from questions table, TIONS, I want the ID of that question, okay, comma, and then the question text, questions dot question underscore text from that questions table, and I want the user's name from users table. So from users table, I want, I'll put a dot and say name, okay, then you have from, okay, from first two values will come, these two values, question ID and question text will come from the questions table, okay, and this I need to join with, okay, let me write it here, join with this users table, okay, on this condition, okay, on this condition that users tables dot id, okay, will match with the questions tables asked by id column, asked underscore by id column, okay. So this is the joining condition, okay, and here in the where condition I'm going to give like the answer text, okay, answer text which I have got from the questions table, questions questions dot answer text is null, okay, and we have the teacher id in questions table itself, so questions dot teacher id is equal to question mark. So we have successfully updated our SQL query in order to fetch the name from the user table by using a joining condition, okay. So we have given that users id and the questions asked by id should match each other, okay. So let me just save this one. Now let's go to the unanswered questions page, okay, and here in the small tag, okay, we are displaying this name, and let us make this h5 into h6 first, okay, and this small text is there, and here asked by, okay, let the id be on the right side, and here, okay, here uh, I'll simply put it as id equal to like this on hyphen symbol, and let's put a comma over here like this, and here let me say asked by uh, questions name like this, okay, and I think this should display the name of the person as well as the id of that particular person, okay. So now let me just save this one, and let's go to our page and let's refresh this, okay. So it is saying none type, okay, because, okay, we need to log in again, okay. So let's log out first, okay, let's refresh and log in again, okay. So let me say Raj, and 1234, let's log in and click on unanswered questions, okay. So here as you can see it's saying asked by Angad, okay, that is the only person who is not the admin as well as not the teacher, so he can ask the question. So he has asked two questions, and here we are displaying his name, but his id is not appearing as we expected, okay. So let us rectify that issue right now, okay. So here we have mentioned like this, and here is where we are displaying asked by id of that person. So let me just check app.py once again, okay. So questions, okay, so questions dot teacher id equal to question mark, okay, where in from the questions tables we have to get the teacher's id, okay. Let's go to the backend and check, okay. So here we have teacher id, okay, teacher id column is there in the questions table, so we are getting that, okay, and that is going to be the person who is accessing this questions page, okay. So let me just refresh this page, okay. So here we are not able to see the id of that particular person, okay. So let's come to this page and let's check out. So here we have passed, we are saying question and asked by id, and that we have to display in the Jinja code. Or we can do one thing, instead of displaying the id, okay, for time being I'll just keep it like this, okay. We'll just display the name of that particular person, okay. So now let's come here, let's refresh the page, and so you can see it was asked by Angad. So let's come back to the code, and here let us give some space, Okay, let's save it and let's come back to the page and let's refresh it. Okay, so this was the question, and this was the person who has asked the question to Raj. Okay, now in our application we have one more teacher who is Arjun. Okay, so first log out and log in as Arjun, and he doesn't have any kind of questions yet, so he should get an empty blank page. So let's click on unanswered questions for him. So he doesn't have any kind of questions, so let's log out. Okay, and then again log in as Raj. So Raj has two questions asked for him, and let's log in as Raj, login, and we'll be able to see those two questions for him. Okay, now in the home page, okay, in the home page we are actually showing these things. Okay, that where do I learn line, it was asked by, and who was the teacher. Okay, so home page will be where we will be able to see all the unanswered questions. Okay, and whom it was asked by and who it was answered by. Okay, so this will be uh, you can have a display in the home page itself, like this is an app where we can see all the question and answers. Okay, but if that particular teacher, okay, logs in and goes to unanswered question page, so only his questions will get seen to him. Okay, so this is the functionality which we will be adding in our application. So but first what we need to do is we have to just click on this link, and we should have a form where this particular teacher Raj could answer this question. Okay, so first we are going to do that itself. So first what all we have to do here is in app.py we have to create a function called as answer, that will be used to answer all the unanswered question by that particular person. Okay, that particular question ID. So here let me just make app route, route for answering. Okay, I'll keep it as route as answer, and I'm going to create a function also called as answer itself. And this route, okay, so this route is going to first just like same page for all of them, I'm going to get the current user from this particular function, and I'm going to return return the answer.html template. So render template called as answer.html. Okay, and we'll pass that user into this page as well, user equal to user. So we have our route ready with us right now. Okay, and then this function, okay, this function also takes the question ID. So question underscore ID is going to come to this particular function whenever this function gets called. So how does that happen? That is going to happen when this link gets clicked. Okay, so this one has a ID of 1 2 like this. Whenever this gets clicked, this link gets clicked, it should go to the answer page. Okay, by triggering this particular function. Okay, and it should open up answer.html page. So very quickly let's create that answer.html page like this. Okay, and you can copy any one of those templates. Okay, let me just grab the unanswered question itself. Okay, let's come to answer.html. So paste it. Okay, and here I'll say answer questions, answer question. Okay, and here this division, okay, I'll just remove it off, because here we'll be having a form where he can answer that particular question. Okay, where he can answer that particular question. So for time being I'll keep it as empty, and just answer question page is ready with us. So let's go to app.py and let's write the functionality for this particular function. But in order to write some code first, okay, you need to trigger this functionality from unanswered questions itself. So here we have created this particular link, right, where we are going to click so that the ID of this question passes to the answer page. Okay, so here inside the Jinja code we are going to write that value. Okay, so using the URL underscore for function, URL underscore for, Okay, so here you will have to mention that you are going to the answer function, okay, like this, and you are going to take the questions ID. So question underscore ID is equal to, as a variable, see, you are taking this variable question, okay, fetch the ID from that, okay, and you are going to pass it to the next page. That's it. Okay, so this is how you are going to create a link, okay, which triggers this answer function by taking the question ID to that particular page. And by default, whenever you are using the anchor tag, okay, to pass some variables, it is going to be the get function. Okay, it is going to be the get function. So here you can write like this: methods allowed is equal to, okay, for simply understanding purpose, I'll allow both the methods. Okay, I'll say methods allowed are both get and post. Okay, and now what you need to do is you just need to fetch the ID of that particular question ID. So let me just grab this and put it over here. Okay, we are going to say that this is the question ID which the answer function is going to receive from that particular link. First, let's do like this. Okay, let's come just below this user and let's say db is equal to get the database, okay, which we are trying to connect, and db will execute a statement to fetch the question. Okay, first we should display the question for the teacher to answer. Okay, so I'll say like this: select question underscore text from the questions table, okay, where the ID of that particular question is like question mark, and here I'm going to say question underscore ID. So this will be the ID of that particular question which gets shown on the screen. First we should have a question ready with us. So here I will say question cursor is equal to something like this, and on this question cursor, okay, I'm going to use the fetch one function. Okay, fetch uh, so dot sorry, not question ID, question cursor dot fetch one, and here I'm going to say on the left side that particular one question. Okay, because we have fetched only that one particular question from that database using that particular ID, and that one question, okay, will be passed to that particular page, and that is the one where we will be seeing that particular question in the answer.html page. Okay, so here, okay, here we are seeing that the template answer.html will get shown to us, and answer.html page after this horizontal line, okay, the first thing what we need to see is the question which gets typed by the user or clicked by the user. So just after this horizontal line, okay, we should have a form to answer the questions, and here only we are going to display whatever the question has been clicked on. So let's say unanswered question. So here we have a division which shows us the question text, just like this only we want. So let's grab this h6 itself, let's copy this and let's come to answer, and here let's have a first division first. uh, Here this division, first of all it will show that particular question, okay, on the screen. So let me just remove off these things. So I think only h6 is enough. Okay, no need for any kind of class name or anything. And then after this, okay, it's going to have a form where we can write the answers for that. So let me go to some answer. All users page is there, answer question. Okay, so we have this answer question page is there. Okay, enter your answer here it says. Okay, I think we can copy this entire form itself. So let me copy this, and let's come to answer.html page. Okay, I think we already had that page, but we didn't use it. I think this should do fine. Okay, so let me just save it and here answer. Okay, name I'm going to keep it as answer. Let's save it. And this one we have answer questions is there. I think we have function for that. So let's go to app.py. Okay, we have here answer, and here we have answer questions. We have not used this one, so let me just delete it off. Okay, let me just delete it off, and this answer questions is not required then. So let me just delete that template. Okay, so we have our answer.html. We'll use this one itself. Okay, we are going to use this one. So let's come to app.py, and so answer. So one question which is going to come to answer.html page, and this is the that one question variable. Okay, one question variable is there. Okay, and we want the question text out of that. So then we will have a form. Then we'll have a form like this. Okay, for time being I'll not add any kind of action to this one. Okay, nor the method. We'll just display it on the screen for time being. Okay, and so we'll say class equal to margin 3 is enough, I guess. Okay, so we have a form where it says enter your question here. Okay, I'll just make this as enter your answer. Okay, enter your answer in this location, and that is going to be the name, that is the answer, and enter your answer here. Enter the answer here. Like this, and submit button will be there. Okay, now let's save it, and I think I need to update the links also. Ask a question, unanswered question, answer question is there, right? Okay, you can simply say answer. Okay, that is going to be the link. Okay, so now let's come to our page, I guess. That's it, and now let me just refresh this one. Okay, non-type susceptible because I need to re-log in, so let me log out. So let me log in as Raj, password 1234. Let's click on the login button, and it says it couldn't build a URL endpoint for the URL. Did you forget to specify the value? Question ID, it says. Okay, so let's come back here. Okay, in line number 26 it says we have done some kind of a mistake, home.html, and no, not there, here. Okay, so this is where it says href URL for the answer. Okay, and here we need to make the route proper for this particular thing at line number 30. So let me come back to the code, and here is where we are getting the link. Okay, so this is the link which says we have done the mistake. Okay, so here we have a function called as answer, NSWER. Okay, and we need to build a route for that one. So here it says we have a route which is that question ID. Okay, and method is post as well as get, and this question ID is going to come here in this format. Okay, and in answer.html. Okay, since we have mentioned like this that sorry, in unanswered page. Okay, we have to mention that we are going to the unanswered page like this, and question ID is going to come from the question dot ID. Okay, and you have to know that in unanswered dot questions unanswered questions dot html page. Okay, all questions are going to get sent. Okay, so we are just looping through each and every question, and we are displaying it here on the screen as a link. So for this reason uh, what we need to do is in answer form. Okay, in answer, okay, we have this particular form, okay, which should take us to answer. Okay, so that's why here I'll just add that action parameter once again. Okay, action is equal to, I'll use the same Jinja code once again, and this time I will say url underscore for is the function, okay, which will take me to that answer function like this. So let me just give a little bit of space like this, okay. And in this case, okay, in this case the method, okay, I'm going to choose is post. So let me save it. Okay, I think we have taken care of that issue. And okay, we have that successful button and all those things. Okay, let's save it and let's refresh the code. Okay, let's go back. Okay, and it says, did you forgot question ID? No, we didn't forget that one. So let me go back. Okay, and okay, it still says we couldn't build an endpointer. Okay, and oh, once again. So here, okay, in the show links, okay, show links, it says answer, right? So for time being, I'll just comment this section out, okay, so that we get the project for running. Okay, and let's rerun the code. Okay, it says we cannot build an endpoint for forget to give the question ID. See, unless we give the question ID, okay, it's not going to give. So I'll simply put it as 1 for time being. Okay, it says URL not found because here you just have to say answer /1, and it says building the URL answer didn't forget the question ID. So even if I'm entering the question ID, okay, it says wrong. And in the answers, okay, line number 104, I'm passing that question. One question is there. Okay, so let me just go to app.py, line number 104, app.py. Okay, 104. Okay, we are passing that one question, and in answer.html page, okay, we are going to receive that one question. So we have that one question over here, and that text has to be displayed like this. So along with the text. So there could be only one possible answer for this one, that this question ID, okay, this question ID which we are passing, okay, that is not getting passed over to this particular function, okay, that is answer. So here we have mentioned that whenever we click on this link from the unanswered page, okay, so it has to take an ID along with that questions ID, okay, and in the questions ID answer, okay, we are going to get that variable, okay. So question ID is going to come here, okay, and that is this particular question ID on which we are doing the fetch one operation, and we get that particular question. So let me just simply put it as question itself like this, okay, question, 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 okay. And in the answer page, first of all, let us display that, okay, and if we have that, we will display. Okay, once again, is it okay? We have sent the question text to that particular heading, okay. If at all we have that question, then we will show that, okay. So here uh, we need to show the question like this, okay, but you're not getting to see the question. Why? Okay, because, okay, let me just refresh it, and it still says we are not getting the ID for that. Okay, here is the form action. Okay, form action is where we have done the mistake. It is saying, okay, form action is the one, because here the question ID is not going to that particular page. So let's get back to the code, and let's check the show links button. Okay, it should not be the answer. Okay, see, once again, so let me uncomment out this, and it should be like unanswered questions. Okay, answered questions will come from okay, so here only let me just make this as unanswered. Okay, so let me come over here, Okay, so answer questions. So answer questions are nothing but the unanswered questions itself. So we have created two links like that. So let me just save it like that. Okay, so I guess it should do it, or I think this should not be there itself, because anyways we have like unanswered questions, right? So unanswered questions is the whole entire questions itself. Okay, so I don't think it makes any sense in having that link. Okay, uh, so unanswered questions links will be there. Okay, so when you click on that, okay, you are going to get all the unanswered questions, and then when you click on that any one particular link, so it will come to answer.html page. Okay, so this form gets shown to you, and this HTML form where all the questions you'll be we are looping through each and every questions. Okay, from here it can go to the answer page along with the question ID which we are passing into that particular function. So let me just save it. Let's go back and let's refresh the code. Okay, so this is the web page right now. Let's refresh. Okay, so let's log in as the teacher, that is Raj, and here let the password be 1234. Let's click on login, and unanswered questions is all the unanswered questions like this. And if I click on this first, the ID should automatically go to the answer page. Okay, so it says it's not going from here, so we have made a mistake while clicking on the link itself. See, render template. Okay, question is there. Okay, and here, okay, the form action here where it says it has to go to the action. Okay, where it has to go to the action, that is what is creating the error for us. Okay, that is what is creating the error for us. So let me go back and rectify the issue. So it's the same thing. Okay, you click on any of those questions, it is going to give me the same output again and again. So you'll have to come back to the code, and here is where I think you have made the mistake. So what is happening here is in the unanswered questions. So let me come back to app.py. Okay, in app.py we are having all the questions like this. Okay, all the questions, and we are looping through each and every one of them. Okay, and it should contain the question ID as well. Okay, it should contain the questions ID as well. So I think this value is getting fetched from the questions table, so that is what we need to pass inside this answer.html. And here when you are creating this link, okay, when you are creating this link, okay, that ID will get passed over here. Okay, that ID is going to get passed over here. Okay, and then we are going to write the next part of the code. And for time being, what I'll do, just I'll not put this form over here. Okay, we'll just check whether this question's ID, okay, this question text is appearing on this screen or not. That's it. Okay, so now let's come back to this code. Let's refresh the page, and the user is Raj, and let's click on this first question. Okay, so it says unanswered. Okay, first let me grab this very well. Okay, so questions ID is there. Okay, that I need to pass somehow here. Okay, through methods equal to post, and I have selected a question like this, and this ID is getting passed over here. So I think the only way of solving this particular error. Okay, so here whenever I'm going to the answer page, it is expecting the questions ID. Okay, which we are unable to do it from this page. So this is the unanswered questions page, which will display all the questions, and this is that particular link. Okay, which is taking that questions ID to answer.html page, and answer.html page is expecting an ID, and we are not able to enter that ID over here. Okay, for this reason what I'll do is I'll not navigate this one to the answer page. Okay, but instead of this, okay, I'll say let's say we have our answer.html page over here. Okay, which is going to display our question. Okay, and this one, okay, answer page, what I'll do is while answering, I'll create one more function called as answer question. Okay, answer the question. Okay, there is going to be one more function which will answer, which will submit the answer into our database. So let me just copy this name, okay, and let's create an HTML file first, okay, with that particular name called as .html, okay, like this. So we have that page ready with us, and we need to just create one function for that, okay. So here it says our question, okay, see it selects a question and shows it on the screen, okay. So this is that particular function, but here what I will do is I'll create app dot route, okay, say answer question, and I'm going to define that same function like this, and I'm going to say uh, that you have to return this template called as answer questions dot html, like this, okay. And here I'm going to have that user, which I'll get it from the get current user function, and here we are going to pass that particular user as a variable, user equal to user. So we are successfully done with that, okay. Now when you come to this particular page, okay, with that question ID, it is just going to show you this answer.html page is just going to show you that particular question, and it is going to just show you that particular form where you can enter the answer. That's it, okay. And when you click on the submit button, okay, it will get submitted to this one answer question function, which we have just created over here. That's it, okay. And this will update the empty space of column here in the database, where we are seeing this empty space, that will be the answer text which we are going to enter from the form, okay. So let's check whether this functionality is now working correctly, okay. So this answer page is going to get the question ID, and our question is going to get sent to that particular page, that is answer.html page. From answer.html page, it is going to navigate to this particular function, okay. And we have a separate page for that, we can display it later on. See, answer.html has this form which is accessing this particular function when this submit button is clicked. So let me just save it, and let's go to the page and let's refresh the page, okay. So now first login as the teacher, that is Raj, and 1234 is the password, and click on login, okay. So we have come to the home page of the application, and now click on the unanswered questions. So you'll be able to see both the questions like this. And now if I click on this, see, here is the ID of that particular question, and here is the question to and question. Now if I click on this, okay, as you can see, the ID of that particular question has gone here, that is one, and it is showing this answer question page, okay. So we are successfully navigated to the answer question page. So now let's come here, okay. Answer question page right now it is totally empty, okay. So now whatever values we have here, okay, so whatever values we have here in this answer.html page, okay, let me grab all of this and put it inside answer question.html page, okay. So now let me save this one, okay, let me save this one, and we will be able to see a fully form, okay, a form where we are submitting, and we will be having one form where we can answer that particular question, okay. So answer question.html page, and that only we have mentioned over here, okay, answer question.html page, and there we'll be seeing the user as well, okay. And this answer question, okay, html page, okay, here, so answer question, the question with ID has been given here, okay. I don't, I suppose here only, okay, instead of going to answer question.html page, answer page only has that question as well as form, okay. So instead of going to answer question.html page, okay, this one, okay, should navigate to the home page, okay, this one should navigate to the home page, and here answer.html page only should get shown to us, okay. So let's make that correction first, okay. So whenever we click on from the unanswered page, okay, it should take us to the answer page, okay, answer.html page, which shows us the question as well as the form to enter the answer, okay. Now let me just save this one, Okay, and let's go back to our website and let's refresh the page. Okay, so it is saying question is undefined. Yes, sir. Obviously, because we have not passed a question into the answer question page itself. Okay, so now let's me go back and rectify that issue very quickly. Okay, so what we are going to do is copy this whole thing, 3 lines of code, come here, paste it like this. Okay, and I think oh no, not this one. Okay, let me remove it from here. Okay, and I think we don't uh, or what we can do is we can do something like this. We don't need to pass the question ID into the answer page. Okay, so let me just cut it from here. Okay, and let's put that one in the answer page like this. Okay, just put a forward slash over here. Okay, and answer question page is going to get the question. Okay, so I'll just remove these code. Okay, I'll remove these codes from this function and put it over here like this. Okay, and I'm going to say a question ID is going to come over here. So let me just grab this name and paste it here like this, and this is not required over here anymore in the answer page. Okay, answer question page is there, so we will fetch us the question, and this question only gets traveled here. Question is equal to question like this. Okay, and you can remove this variable from the top portion over here. Okay, later on answer.html page we can show it later. Okay, so we have our function ready with us which answers our question. Okay, means this is a function just to show the question to us, and it will have a form where we can enter the form. Okay, and when we click on the submit button, okay, it will come to this one and update the column which is answer text in the questions table. Okay, so I think this should work properly now. Okay, so let's come to the page and let's refresh. Okay, so let's come back and first log out, log in once again. Okay, let's say Raj, password 1234, click on login and we'll be here. So unanswered question will show me all the questions like this. Now when I click on this, okay, it says answer question, we have forgotten to put the question ID, it says. Okay, so question ID is going to come like this. Okay, question ID. Okay, and here, okay, I'll just simply say it as an answer. Okay, here the form action, I'm going to make it as answer. Okay, and here the question text is going to appear like this. Okay, so now let's save it. Okay, and let's refresh the page once again. Okay, now when I click on this, see, as you can see, we have got the question. Okay, we have got the question, and here is where we are going to type the answer to this. And when I click on the submit button, okay, it is going to call the action function. Okay, sorry, the answer function which we have just created over here. Okay, so this solves our problem. Okay, so now let's come back and let's come back here, let's refresh the page once again, and now when I click on this, okay, it should show me that particular question and I should be able to type the answer for that. Okay, so this is what our functionality we have developed so far right now. So answer question is going to get the questions ID as well as the question text, and here inside we have a form which activates or which calls the answer function. Okay, and this answer function, okay, which we have developed over here, is going to update that particular column in our database table. Okay, so this is the code we have to write next. So now so that we have our questions dispatched correctly along with the form where we can answer the question. Okay, and for time being what I have done is I have when I click on this, okay, this is the answer question page. Okay, and ID one we have passed when we have clicked on this first question. Okay, now we need to answer this question. Okay, and since I was getting error, I have simply created this dummy function right now which says simply answer, and that is only we have mentioned here in the form as well, that it is going to take us to this answer page. Okay, and now what I need to do is I need to like little bit update my SQL query first. Okay, so here I need to add one more variable that is called as ID. Okay, see, I want ID and the question text from the questions where ID is equal to question mark. Okay, so it is going to fetch me both the details, something like this. Okay, and now what I need to do is, okay, I don't think this will be required. Okay, so let me just remove that answer, this thing itself. Okay, and this answer.html is also not required. I'm going to delete that one off. Okay, it's not rename. Okay, answer.html, I'm going to delete it permanently. Okay, so now I have this answer question.html, and here I'm not going to navigate to any answer page anymore. Okay, I'm just going to navigate to this answer question page itself, QUESTION. Okay, and I am going to pass the ID of that particular question. Okay, so I'm going to say like this: question underscore ID is equal to the question which we are passing. Okay, and that will be the ID of that particular thing. Okay, so let me just save it and let me just update here. See that, guys, this is the question ID. Okay, and here is where we have our question. Okay, and this is that particular question which is getting shown in the HTML page of our application. And in order to submit the form, okay, what I'll do, I'll add the first methods over here. Let's say uh, post as well as get, so that form, when it gets submitted, either it will be post or get. Okay, so now first I'll get the users, then the database which I want to connect to, and here in an if condition I'm going to say like if the request dot method. Okay, if the request dot method is equal to post, then we need to write one SQL query using db.execute, that we have to update. Okay, we have to update the questions table. Okay, and set the new answer text is equal to whatever the question answer they are going to enter, where ID will be the question ID, like this. Okay, and then let's come out of the curly brace here. Let us put a comma over here. Okay, and we have to mention what is that question mark. So first one will be the answer which they are going to enter. Okay, so you can directly write it here also, request dot form. Okay, whatever answer they are going to type. Okay, the next value. Okay, the next value is going to be the questions ID. Okay, which gets passed into this particular application. And once it is done, okay, you are going to db dot commit the database to make the changes permanently, and then we are going to re-navigate to the unanswered page itself. So return, okay, return to I'm going to use the redirect function and mention unanswered. Okay, answ, okay, unanswered questions page. So let me grab that name from the top and let's put it over here. Okay, and I think this should do the trick. So let's save it. Okay, and one more thing what we need to do here is in the answer question page. Okay, so here is that name which is coming as answer. So I think we have done everything correctly. Yes, like this. Okay, now let us go to our page and let's refresh. Okay, it says end of token, end of print statement got question ID. Okay, so where is that error? So here, okay, we have forgotten to put a comma over here. That's it. Okay, at line number 24 in questions.html page. So let me go to that answer questions.html page, line number 42, and here. Okay, let's just put a comma, and I think question ID is done. So now let's come back. Let's refresh the page. Okay, and again I think we have something. It is saying template syntax error, and we got some equal to symbol. I think we have got somewhere, it says. Okay, and it is showing the same line. Okay, URL for is like this, and here we have the question ID is equal to question ID. Okay, what was we supposed to get? Okay, end of print statement got equal to symbol it is saying. Okay, so let me go back to the code. Okay, and let's check what is the error right now. Okay, so here is where I have done the mistake. So it's going to be URL for like this, uh, question mark, and then at the end we are going to close this bracket. Okay, that was a silly mistake which we had done. Okay, so now let's go to back to the page and let's refresh the page and let's click on this. Okay, so as you can see, we have got the question, and now we are about to enter the answer, okay, inside the database. So for that, our database is also ready. So app.py, so here we are inserting, uh sorry, once again, not here. So here, this is where we are going to update this particular question. Okay, so now let's go back to our website. And so first question says where you can learn the Flask framework. Okay, so I'll say at ECODERS. Okay, at eCoders Bangalore. Okay, so this is going to be my answer. Okay, now when I click on submit button, okay, so there is no column called as answer text it is saying, because I have made a spelling mistake over here. Okay, so let me just click on that. Okay, and this is where we have written that text. So we have said update question and set ANSER. Okay, I've done a spelling mistake over here, so let me correct that very quickly. So in app.py, line number 110 we have to go. So line number 110. Okay, set answer in SWER. Let me rectify that very quickly. Let's save the file and let's refresh this. Okay, I'll say continue, and successfully we have updated our question as well. Okay, so let me just go back and let's say select star from questions. Okay, and as you can say, here is the question and here is the answer which got updated in the database table. Okay, now just like this, I'm going to fill out this answer as well. So now let me come back to my application. Let me come back here. Okay, let me come back here. Now where can I learn Python? Okay, so that is the question, and here I'm going to say you can learn it, you can learn from ECODERS ecoders.in website or ecoders.live website. Okay, this is going to be my second answer. So now when I click on the submit button, okay, let me click on the submit button. Okay, so we are going to come back to that same unanswered page itself. Okay, and now let's come to the backend and let's say select star from questions again, hit enter, and you will be able to see that answer getting updated where this question was there, where can I learn Python. So the answer gave was you can learn from eCoders website or eCoders live website. Okay, so this is how the person is going to answer your question. Okay, now again let me click on the login button. Okay, let's go and log in as Raj again, and let's say 1234 is his password and login. Okay, now when I click on the unanswered questions, none of the questions are remaining anymore because he has answered all the questions. Okay, and when I come to logout, okay, I'll log out of the application and I want to log in as a different teacher right now. Okay, we have one more teacher called as Arjun, and 1234, let's click on login, and we just came to the home page. Now unanswered questions, even he doesn't have any questions left. Okay, now let's come back to the home page. Okay, and home page here, uh, we have like just hard coded this text in the index.html page. This is the home page of the application. Okay, and now let's code for this one. So basically what this page is going to display is it is going to display all the unanswered questions. Okay, uh, like who was the student who asked the question and who was the teacher it was asked to. Okay, so these are the details which we have to fetch from the database. Okay, and for this we have made a route in app.py, that is the home page. I think it's at the very beginning, like this one. Okay, so this is that homepage route where we are going to show all the unanswered questions. Okay, unanswered questions by the user, and it will also display the teacher whom they have asked that particular question to. Okay, so for that, first we need to get connected to the database. So I'll just create a variable and say get the database which we are connecting to. Okay, and once after it is done, we are going to get the question and all those people who have answered, means who have asked the question, and we are going to get the person whom it was asked for. Okay, so db.exe cut execute will be the query right now. Okay, and here on the left side, let's create a variable like question underscore cursor. Okay, is equal to db dot execute this particular statement. So first of all, let me say select id comma and question text. Okay, comma, or that's it. I think question text is more than enough. The id of the question as well as the question text. Okay, then what we need to do is we need to tell which table we are going to get these two values from. So the table is questions, and then we want to join it with the users table so that I get the person who is entering the question and who is asking the question. So from the users table, okay, I want few details. I have joined with the users table on this condition that that user dot users, okay, users dot tables id, okay, it will perfectly match with the questions tables. So let me write it here. Okay, we have questions tables dot, then we have to put here you put the asked by id, asked by id, and then again join with users table so that I'll get the users id equal to, and now I will write the questions. So let me write it here, questions dot teacher id, like this. And finally you are going to write what exact value you are searching for. So I'll write here where this question 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 text, oh sorry, from questions table, okay, the answer text answer answer underscore text. Okay, so we want all the unanswered questions. So here you have to say where answer text is not null. Okay, like this. And just to avoid the confusion, so here this id and question, okay, id and question text, okay, it should come from questions table, so you can simply add questions dot id, okay, because that is the table name from which we are getting the questions id, and questions dot question text. Okay, so it will be very clear that these two values we are getting fetched from the questions table. You have to note one thing, that this first user table, okay, here we are getting the user id who is asking the question. Okay, so here you can just rename this table, let's say like as askers. Okay, so these are the users who are asking the question and we want their id. Okay, so that is asked by id. Okay, and then we are joining with a second table users. Okay, these will be the teachers who give the answers. So this users table I'll put it as teachers, chers. Okay, and on this condition that these users who are teachers right now, okay, where we are going to get the teachers id of that particular person. Okay, so this will avoid the confusion. Okay, and since you have kept the name as asker, so you can just copy that name, and instead of saying here user.id, you can say asker.id. Okay, and here also when you have joined this with the users table, and as the joining condition for this user is that it has to be a teacher and that teacher's id, so what I'll do is instead of users I'll put this teachers.id itself. Okay, so this will totally make sense that here the askers user ID is the person who is asking the question. Okay, and here these users which we have kept it as teachers, okay, that is the teacher's ID which we are passing while answering the question. Okay, so this is how we are going to write our SQL query. And here let's go to the beginning of the query, and where you are fetching the questions ID and the questions text. Okay, along with these two I want to fetch whatever the askers dot name is there. Okay, and askers sorry, the teachers dot name. Okay, from questions dot join, like this. Okay, so we have successfully written our SQL query to fetch the values from the database table. Now for this variable you use the fetch all function, so let me just grab it here at the bottom and say fetch all. Okay, and we'll put a variable name here saying that question underscore result is equal to something like this. Okay, and that only will get passed over here as questions. Questions is equal to question underscore result. Okay, so we have created a variable called as question result. Okay, that is getting passed over here as questions in index.html page, or you can say home.html page, which we have just created here. Okay, so let me just save this. So now only thing left for us to do is to go to our home.html page, and here this h4 paragraph and paragraph, whatever we have mentioned here in this anchor tag, okay, needs to get replaced by the actual values. Okay, so let me just come here first. Okay, just make it like a separate division for this. Let me put it inside the div tag. Okay, let me grab these things from here and paste it over here like this. Okay, so this division, this whole division, okay, we are going to make a for loop over here using this Flask syntax, saying that for questions, okay, for questions in not questions, for each question, you can say each question in questions. Okay, you can name it like this. Okay, and then we can have an h4 or something, and this time let it come as a link. So what I'll do is for a tag, okay, for all the anchor tags, okay, I'll first of all the href I'll just put it as has symbol. Okay, class text I'm making it as light, right? And one more class name let me add, list hyphen group, group group hyphen item. Okay, this is going to be the first parent item inside this one, and it will have number of elements like this. Okay, and list group item is there, so let me just bring it inside this class name like this. Okay, so we are done, and the same class name, okay, the same class name I'm going to copy and give it for this also. I'll say class equal to, paste it over here. Okay, and this h4 is going to be the heading, so hyphen heading, that is one of the class names from the Bootstrap. Okay, and let me grab this class name very quickly and put it inside this paragraph, and this is not, this won't be the heading, this will going to be a normal text, so let's keep like that. Okay, and this also let's keep it like a normal text. Okay, asked by and answered by. Okay, now here instead of this hard-coded text I'm going to display, okay, these values inside the Jinja syntax. Okay, so asked by here like this one, this much is enough. Okay, these things. Okay, and here let's come and put that Jinja syntax over here, and for the teacher name also we will put this Jinja syntax here. Okay, in between these, okay, we are going to place those actual questions as well as asked by and the teacher who it was asked to. So let's do that. So we have this variable here over here. Let's grab it and paste it over here like this, and using the squares brackets and in single quotes I'm going to say this is going to be the question underscore text from the database. Okay, and just like this Okay, let me grab this. Okay, let me put it over here as well as here. Okay, and this okay, um, this is like the person who has asked the question, right? So I'll simply name it as asker name. Okay, for this I will have to update the query, and here it will be the teacher name, TACHER, teacher underscore name. Okay, so let me just save this file. Okay, it's not going to show anything right now because we have to update the query as asker name and teacher name. So let me go to app.py file, and here is the SQL query which we have written for this. So here we have the asker.name. Okay, that we can rename it as asker name, asker underscore name. Okay, and we had made one more mistake here. It's not teacher comma name, it's teacher dot name. Okay, as, okay, teacher underscore name. Okay, so these are the two variables which we have taken while writing uh, the homepage.html. See, teacher name and the asker name. Okay, so let me save it. Let's come to app.py, and it's a good thing I saw this error. Okay, it's not teacher's name. Yes, it is correct, the teacher's name. Okay, who is answering the question. Okay, so now let me save it. Okay, let me refresh this also. Okay, and for time being we don't have any unanswered question. Okay, we don't have any unanswered question, so I don't think it is going to get reflected in the home page. So let me just go back and let's first log out. Okay, logouts, and there is, it's saying there is no such column. One second, let me just come back, refresh. Okay, say it's saying there is no such column as teachers.name. Okay, so here we have made a very small mistake in line number 31. It says okay, teachers.name is not there. Okay, so let me just go and rectify that mistake very well. Okay, so let's come here. Okay, so let's come here, and it's teacher.name. That's it. Okay, so now let me save the file, and let's go to our page and let's refresh. Okay, there is it says there is no such column called teacher.name. Oh, wait one second, I think I made a very big mistake over here. So okay, here I see the mistake. Okay, so here I have written teacher underscore name. Okay, teacher dot name is there. Okay, and while writing here, okay, I kept it as TECHERS. Okay, so TACHERS. That is the mistake which we have done. Okay, small spelling mistakes. I think I have rectified everything else. Now let us save it, and let's go back to our page and let's refresh it and check. Okay, so this is the home page of our application, and it says it's not subscriptable. So what you need to do is you need to just go back, refresh it. Okay, and log in. Okay, let's come to login, and let's say Raj 1234. Let's click on login. Okay, and here again it says there is no such column as teacher.name. Okay, there is nothing called as teacher.name. Okay, in line number 31, no such column it says, and I don't think we have a teacher.name column. Okay, so because here we have the questions table, and here we have teacher ID column is there, asked by ID is there. Okay, and question text is there, and primary ID is there. That's it. Okay, we don't have any column called as that's what it says over here, teacher.name. We don't have okay, and even I know that we don't have that particular column. Okay, so now let me just go to this line number 31 and rectify that last bit of the error. Okay, so this is the line number 31. So since we have renamed this as teachers, so here it cannot be teacher.name. Okay, so it has to be teachers.name equal to teacher name, like this. Okay, I think we have rectified our error. So let's go to the page and let's refresh. Okay, so we have got some other kind of error saying that we have a syntax error. Okay, Jinja code for, okay, end for or else insert most blocks that need to be closed is for. Okay, it says we have not closed the for loop for something. Okay, and it's in our home.html page at line number 28. Okay, I think we have forgotten to close the HTML form in home.html page. Okay, we have just simply opened this particular for loop. Okay, so let me just grab this one and put it over here so that we can end the for loop. End. I guess this should do it. Let's save it and let's go back to our code and let's refresh. Okay, so as you can see, we have hello, where can I learn the Flask framework, and it was asked by Angad and it was answered by Raj. Okay, so where can I learn Python, it was asked by Angad and it was answered by Raj. Okay, so this is how you are going to create a web application in Flask framework, a quiz application with login authentication for each and every users and each and every teacher as well as students. So now let's um, add more students into this particular application. So let's say I click on the register and let's say we have some person called as Ram. Okay, and his password is also like 1234. Okay, now let me click on the register and let's go and since he's not the admin or he's not even the teacher. Okay, see, I'm going to say select star from users. Okay, so I have this person Ram. Okay, he is not even the teacher, he is not the admin, so that's why he's going to ask the question. Okay, so he's a normal student. So let's click on ask a question and here let me say where can I learn JavaScript. Okay, and the teacher he is choosing is this time Arjun. Okay, he can choose Arjun. Let's put a question mark over here. Okay, now when you click on the submit button, okay, so that question is going to get submitted. Okay, now let's log out. Okay, and now let's log in as Arjun. Here J1, this is a teacher. Now password 1234 and let's click on login and unanswered questions. Okay, so unanswered questions is where I can learn JavaScript. See, that is the ID of that particular question 3. Okay, we are simply displaying it on the screen. Okay, and it was asked by Ram person. Okay, now if Arjun has to answer this question, means he has to click on this particular link and that question is going to appear over here and he can give a question answers written over here. Okay, so he can say you can learn from the best coach, okay, Gurupreet Singh from eCoders Bangalore, like this, and let's click on submit and that question will be submitted. Okay, now let us go to the front page and as you can see, you will get the when you come to the home page, you will be seeing that this third question, okay, where can we learn JavaScript, was asked by Ram and it was answered by Arjun. Okay, so this is how you are going to create okay, this is how you are going to create a simple quiz app. Okay, I know this video has been a very long video, but I have tried to add all the functionalities in one video from the beginning to end. Okay, I hope you like this video very much. Okay, now let us click on the logout button and we'll be at the starting page of this particular application. Okay, and if no one has logged in yet, then also they would be able to see all the links over like this. Okay, and if you need okay, if you need, when you are looping through each one of these okay, divisions, okay, or you can say this anchor tags. Okay, what you can do is you can simply have one horizontal line. Okay, let me put just a horizontal line after each and every this thing, or what you can do is you can put a border around this whole link itself. Okay, first let me just show you a horizontal line and let's go to our page and let's refresh. Okay, so as you can see, the horizontal line has appeared after all the links, but what we'll do is instead of giving it over here, okay, this whole division, okay, what we'll do is uh, we'll put let's say you can put one class name around all the links. So class name equal to, I'll put a Bootstrap class name called as border, like this. Okay, let's save it and let's go to the page and refresh it. Okay, so as you can see, at the beginning, okay, it has appeared like a border thing. Okay, I was not hoping for that one. Okay, not that link. So let me just okay, for this entire division, okay, let me put it for this entire division itself. Okay, so class equal to, I'm going to put a border around that entire division itself. So let's come back to our code and let's refresh. Okay, so as you can see, now we have got that border. Okay, and let's give some padding. Okay, padding 2, I think it should be more than enough. Okay, so that we'll get a little bit of gap like this. Okay, so this is going to be the home page of this particular application, where you can see all the questions. Okay, all the questions which are answered and which was asked by a student and which was answered by which particular teacher. Okay, I hope you like this video. Okay, please like and subscribe my channel. Okay, I'll be posting a lot of code. Okay, a lot of applications based on Flask, and I will upload this source code on GitHub as well. I'll share the link. Okay, thank you very much.